Paano po dun sa mga insidente na pinapalayas po yung nakita ko po with my two own eyes na pinapatsupi ng employer through the security guard yung mga taga-dole kasama na po yung reporter namin?
Well, pwede po niyong idulog sa DOLE. Ngayon po na kayo ay hindi lang broadcaster na nag-document, ay meron po kayong access at plataforma bilang senador, ay makakatulong po yan at iparating po natin sa probinsya, sa syudad, sa rehiyon. Kaya nga po represented ang ating departamento all over the country.
Okay. And number 7, I don't know if this is the last.
6.
Number 6. Oh, in advance ka talagang accounted for ni Secretary Loren. That's the reason why I really like you, Secretary Loren. Senator Loren. You're my favorite senator, MFS. Oh, di ba?
Anong MFS?
Anyway, this is my my next question.
Rinig ka ng iba.
Senator Loren. Favorite. Totoo yan. MFS, my favorite senator.
Thank you.
Sabi nun. O, di ba?
Salamat. Sige. Kasi marami pa siyang
Nandito ho ba yung taga-NLRC?
NLRC.
Is he here? Hello? Oh, nandito ba si Chairman? Wala si Chairman. I've heard Chairman's been in his position as NLRC Chairman for 22
The
years.
chairman is on bereavement leave.
Oh, I'm
Namatay
sorry.
po yung kapatid.
I'm sorry.
Today po ang living.
Ako po'y taus-puso nakikiramay sa pumanaw ng kamag-anak po ni Chairman Nograles ng NLRC. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I got really pissed off to the point na ako po'y inatake ng high blood. Why? I had several complainants who came to my program and they were complaining na after waiting for 10 years na nanalo na po sila sa NLRC, nang kamatay na po yung kanilang mga kasamahan, hindi pa rin po nila nakukuha ang kanilang pera. And it has been happening the past 2 weeks, the past 2 years, the past 5 years, the past 10 years, the past 20 years. Again and again and again. At 23 years na po sa kanyang pwesto, si NLRC Chairman Nograles. Bakit po? Bakit po hindi nagagawa ng paraan yan? Bakit po matapos po may panalo yung kaso sa NLRC, hanggang sa mangkamatay na po sila, hindi na titikman yung kanilang pinanalunang pera.
Are you referring to the case? They're referring to a case where the property or the company has closed and wala na po silang makuhang properties kasi nagsara po yung company.
Well, ganun po palagi nangyayari. Dapat po, gumawa tayo ng paraan. Kayo sa NLRC, 23 years na po nakapwesto, nakaupo dyan sa pwesto ang inyong chairman. Dapat nakapag-isip na po siya ng way na para pagdating ng time, nanalo po yung employee, meron po siya kasi what happens is, 9 out of 10, yung pong mga company, pag na-file po sila ng case sa NLRC, dinidispatch po yung kanilang mga properties, yung kanilang mga lupain, yung kanilang bank accounts, and then nag-change ng name, change yung pangalan ng kanilang company, nag-change ng ownership, wala na pong mahabol. Palagi pong nangyayari yan for the past, as far as I'm concerned, for the past 25 years, me as being a broadcaster. Bakit po walang magawang paraan ang taong nakaupo dyan for the past 23 years? Hindi niya po nagawa ng paraan? He could have come to us sa senators o congressman para humingi ng tulong para makapag-pass ng legislation para ma-address ng problem na ito. Bakit siya kahit tahimik lang?
He's not here to assist me in answering that.
Okay.
But there's a bond that is deposited. Pwedeng i-forfeit yung bond. But it may be small.
Well, kung meron pong ban, nasaan po yung ban? Kasi marami po na ako natatanggap na complainant na sila po ay nanalo na 7 million, 8 million, 20 million at sila po yung mga 50,
Bakit naman
100.
po ay nabibigay?
Wala po. Nope.
According to them, nabibigay po yung bond. Pero
Wala po.
kulang po.
Wala po.
Mabagal nga execution at kulang yung bond. Kaya mag-isip tayo ng legislation to address that problem.
Okay, we have to address that problem.
Yes.
Kasi nga po, nakakaawa po at masakit po sa aking kalooban na yung mga manggagawa na sila po ay naapi na dahil hindi po sila binigyan ng maayos na sweldo, tapos sila po ay sinipa sa kanilang trabaho for no reason, illegal dismissal, and then they went to NLRC na hoping that they can get justice. Pagdating po sa NLRC, they were forsaken. Napabayaan po sila, pabalik-balik po sila from namamasahe po sila, yung iba sa kanila pupunta ng probinsya, babalik lang tuwing hearing. Kuminsan po, abono pa sila, gumagastos sila by the thousands pagdating sa pamasahe, accommodation when they come to Manila. And yet, at the end of the day, wala po sila masisingil. At ang pinakamasakit, namamatay na po sila, wala pa rin po silang titikman na perang pinanalunan nila.
Yeah, I feel for them, and I know that it's a long pending problem. As I say, it's decades long. That is why jointly, the DOLE and the Senate could think of possible solutions to this. Sila na po nagsabi, under the term of newly installed Secretary Laguesma, they will come up with solutions for possible legislation.
Nag-uusap na po kami ng aking legislative team. Dapat po yung bond na ipopost or yung escrow na ipuput up, it should be equal to the amount of the claim. Hindi po yung maglalagay ka ng bond na barya-barya lamang, parang nang insulto pa, parang na binobobo ang taong bayan.
That's the rule. I believe that
Well, then we have to change the rule.
yun po dapat ang ginagawa.
Opo, kung ganun, wala man lang sa inyo nakasilip sa DOLE, sa NLRC, tagal-tagal nyo na dyan, tinubuan na kayo ng mga buhok kung saan-saan. Hindi nyo pa naisip yan na dapat yung bond equal doon sa claim. Hindi kayo magpo-post ng bond na mas mali sa claim, for God's sake. Parang lukhan to, parang binobobo nyo po ang taong bayan. Parang binobobo nyo po ang mga manggagawang Pilipino. At hindi po ako papayag, not under my watch.
Equal naman po ang claim. Kaya lang pag mahaba po ang panahon at nagpupunta na po sa korte, sa Court of Appeals, ay tumataas po yung award. So, maski magsimula sa equal sa claim, nag-iiba po yung presyo ng award, kaya po hindi na tugma.
No po. No po. Marami po ako mga nakausap na mga gagawa, wala po silang tatanggap ni Singkong Duling. Yung nga po sabi kanina, kamatay na po sila ni Singkong Duling, wala po silang titikman doon sa pinanalo nilang case sa NLRC.
I would suggest that your long list of complaints of those who've already won, ibigay po nyo para ma-execute kaagad.
Okay. And then siguro po, turuan natin yung mga sheriff. Siguro mag-aral sila, mag-seminar sila kung paano po mag-identify ng mga properties, paano po maghabol, mag-garnish ng mga properties. Because some of these sheriffs, sorry ha, hindi naman siguro lahat, ay tamad. Ang ginagawa po nila, sasabihin po nila doon sa claimant, sige, maghanap ka ng account ng dati mo employer, pumunta ka sa LTO, tumingin ka ng mga plate number doon ng iyong amo, bantayan mo yung kumpanya ng iyong amo, paglabas ng sakyan, kunin mo yung plate number, o tingnan mo kung may back account yung iyong amo. Bakit kinakailangan po yung claimant o yung employee ang magawa niyo, yung ex-employee ang magawa niya? Di ho ba dapat trabahohin ng sheriff?
Yeah. According to the NLRC, they ask assistance from the sheriff, but they don't order, right?
Well, palagi hong nangyari, yung sheriff po ang nag-uutos doon sa mga nanalo na mga manggagawa ng kaso sa NLRC. Inuutusan po sila ng sheriff na hanapin yung properties o bank accounts. Pupuntahin pa po sila sa Land Registration Authority kung meron mga lupain ang kumpanya. Anong alam po ng employee? Anong alam po ng manggagawa? Kulang po siya sa kaalaman. Especially kung kulang po siya sa pinag-aralan. How would we know? How would he start? Where is he gonna start? Wala po siyang kaalaman. So ang nangyari, he comes to me to complain because the last resort is coming to me. Hindi nila alam kung anong gagawin. Babalik sila kay sheriff, sige, kahit saan kayo pumunta, wala mangyari dyan kasi ginawa ko ng lahat. And then I asked the sheriff, what did you do? Wala. Nga. What the sheriff did, he picked his nose and he picked his teeth. That's what he does. That's why wala pong nahanap. I'm sorry, hindi naman po lahat. Wala pong nahanap na pera o properties para pambayad po sa ipinanalong kaso ng pobreng manggagawa. I'm sorry if I'm being emotional kasi nag-build up na po to sa akin na nakikita ko po kung paano po talaga naapi yung ating mga manggagawang Pilipino. And I promise myself, pagdating ko po sa Senado, I'll do something.
We appreciate that.
And now I'm here, I'll make sure na lahat ng hinanakit ko na pang-api sa mga manggagawa, hindi na po mangyari. I'll make sure under my watch, it's no longer gonna happen anymore.
We
And
appreciate
kayo po
that.
dyan sa NLRC, humanda na kayo because hindi ko kayo titigilan hanggat hindi nyo po ayusin ang inyong mga trabaho.
Ibigay po nyo yung listahan ng lahat ng mga hindi natulungan, maski po sila nanalo na, para malaman po ng DOLE, Secretary at ng NLRC ang mga tinutukoy po ninyo. At po po'y nakikiisa
Thank
sa
you
inyong advokasya sa pagprotekta ng karapatan ng ating manggagawang Pilipino.
Salamat po. Yung po bang NLRC position, yan po ba ay fixed term o fixed term, 23 years?
Until 65 years old.
Until 65. Wow, kaya pala.
How old is the head?
Parang
The
40.
head is turning 65.
Oh, okay. So, kahit nang pagpawara-wara siya, magwawal-wal-wal siya dyan, come what may, siya po ay hayahay lang na makapagsilbi hanggang sa siya mag-retire.
Okay.
Siguro that's something na through legislation, I'm gonna try to pass na para ma-minimize po yung term ng NLRC chairman sapagkat nakita ko for the past, yung 23 years na nakaupo dyan, mukhang kulang po yung ginagawa niyang trabaho para maayos yung problema na matagal, dekada na po na naranasan po ng ating mga maliliit na manggagawa. Siguro it's about time. Anyway, mag-retire na po ata next year. Praise the Lord. Okay. So, next year mag-retire na. Okay. Senator Loren, wag ka magalit. Nakangiti na si Senator Loren. Oo, nakangiti. Yan. So,
Bakit po? I can never get angry.
no, I'm not angry and mad at you. I'm mad at the system. I'm mad at the policy because time and time again, it keeps repeating. Okay, I've done...
That is righteous anger.
Thank
Did I
you.
share that with you?
Thank you. For so many years, people comes to me, the labor sector, with the same problem again and again. And I'm able to give solutions to those problems. Pero band-aid solutions na bibigay ko. Pero ang gusto ko po sana, permanent solution, long-term solution. And this is it. Gisingin ko po yung mga tutulog-tulugan sa ating gobyerno, lalo dyan po sa NLRC at DOLE, nang sa gayon naman po, magkakaroon po ng hustisya ang ating mga palilit na manggagawa. He who was less in life should have more in law. Yan pong sinabi ni Ramon Magsaysay.
We reiterate the statement of DOLE that they are willing and happy to receive all the complaints from you so that the people watching your show can be helped ASAP.
Okay. And
You can inform me of any move after the passage of the budget. What action they've done.
okay, very good. Thank you. And also my request doon po sa mga taga-NLRC, pag tumawag po, hindi lang po kami, pag may tumawag po, be that imang magagawa themselves o people that represents the manggagawa, sagutin niyo naman po dyan sa NLRC. Kadalasan po, umiiwas kayo, especially po yung mga top management, nagtatago po sila. Hindi ko alam kung bakit sila nagtatago. Pangalawa, tigilan na po natin mga fixer dyan. Pwede ba, Secretary Laguesma, palayasin na po yung mga fixer dyan, yung mga ambulance chaser kung tawagin sa NLRC. Talamak po yan. Inamin po yan sa akin ni Chairman Nograles when he was here during our budget deliberation. So, stop na po yan. Kasi one day, pupunta po ako dyan, I'm not kidding, kapag naabutan ko po may mga fixer, kakalad ka rin ko po palabas ng NLRC mga yan at papahiyain ko po sila. Okay ba, Secretary Laguesma, can you tell NLRC Chairman? Okay.
Makakarating po.
Okay. Ngayon, ito na po. Sana yung yung closing remarks ko. Ito. Ito po. Maraming salamat po sa pagsagot sa aking mga katanungan. Naway magampanan po natin lahat ang ating mga katungkulan para sa ikaunlad ng bawat manggagawang Pilipino. Thank you to our Senate Pro Tempore Senator Loren Regarda. Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Oba! Maraming
Thank you.
salamat. Marami po ako natutunan sa sektor ng labor. At I'm happy that our neophyte senator who has been helping the poor, the downtrodden, lahat po ng inaapi. At inuulit ko po, to summarize, you will give us a list of all those who have gone to your station, to your show, so that the DOLE secretary himself can look into the complaints in the NLRC. Second, the special provision on TUPAD only, that it will be by administration of DOLE.
Huwag ka na
And third, the possible legislation that you will introduce
paano magbasa sa TV?
regarding the confidentiality of the mediation proceedings. So see, I'm summarizing what we discussed in 30 minutes. Thank you very much, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Mr. President, for your enlightened and wizened interpellations.
Thank you. And I'd like to also say thank you to our distinguished colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, because he's one of our colleagues that walks the talk. Hindi po siya, minsan sa politiko, maraming packaging, di ba? Packaging. He's what you see when he does his show and helps a lot of people. And I really appreciate that he really helps the poorest of the poor, yung hirap na hirap, all the way to his work here in the Senate. We appreciate that, Senator Raffy. Kaya idol ang tawag sa iyo. Thank you for that. Majority Leader, I believe we have one more on the list.
Yes, Mr. President, the last but not the least is the distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from the great city of Cagayan de Oro, a former Senate President, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairwoman, let me commence my interpellation on the budget of the Department of Labor and the attached agencies.
Yes.
Supportive naman po ito. It's really a
Yes.
supportive interpellation because yung TUPAD actually ngayon ko lang din actually nalaman yun. Parati ko naririnig. Sikat na programa. So that means our constituents appreciate the program. Nakita ko rin na in 2022 which is an election year, sumipa ang budget for TUPAD. Sa NEP 2023 bumaba na back to realistic level. So the mere fact na sumisipat during election year, baka nga may gamit sa election. So anyway, na-pursue na po ni Senator Tulfo yon at may guarantee na tayo na mechanics will be made better or tighter requirements. Kasi actually, ang TUPAD po ay hindi naman tulong ito dahil sa mahirap yung recipient. No? Ang TUPAD ay tulong dahil sa naapektuhan ang employment ng recipient. Tama po ba? Kasi, ewan ko kung, Madam Chairwoman, did you hear my question? Kasi the Secretary gave a thumbs up sign, pero I don't know if the TSN will be able to reflect that.
Yes.
Kasi kung actually kung si TUPAD ay tulong sa mahihirap, naging DSWD program siya. So something to do with labor, employment, somebody losing or recently having lost his or her employment. Okay
Yes.
po 'yon. So napakagandang programa nga at parang people are clamoring for it. Siguraduhin lang po natin na what happened ito nabasa ko, it's before your term, Secretary, something happened in Pampanga. Let's just make sure na hindi maulit yun. Andito yung detail sa akin, pero alam niyo na siguro ito. And given that you know this, how do we now tighten the rules, Secretary, para hindi po ito maulit?
Actually, Mr. President, to be fair, this instance that was mentioned is an isolated case. That's the only one I've heard. I haven't heard of others. If there are problems in the implementation, we will accept your special provisions to make sure that the TUPAD goes to the needy, the unemployed, those affected by calamities, those are in need of jobs, because that is the intention of TUPAD. It's a temporary cash for work while you're looking for a job. But of course, there are millions, 2.6 million of unemployed Filipinos. But we will accept the special provisions that will ensure that the funds that we allocate for TUPAD goes to those in need.
Sige po. I think klaro naman yung idea na yung concept behind TUPAD. It's just in the implementation. Anyway, we all learn from experience. DOLE has learned from that experience. Kasi mga 2,600 recipients had similar IDs or ID numbers. So, wag na lang natin. In one incident in Magalang, one person collected the pay of 35 TUPAD claimants. Mga ganun ba? Wag na natin, sana po hindi na maulit kasi nga, maganda po yung programa. Okay, sige po.
Just an example of transparency. During the times of pandemic, what I did was, where there is Wi-Fi, I would be virtually present. So I would see the DOLE distribute the TUPAD, let's say to 315 people who were street sweepers or those who were cleaning the coastal areas. And I would like to see how the orientation went and how the payout is being done. That's how
Yes, ma'am. That's
micromanage
correct,
yan.
ma'am, yes.
And I go on Facebook and I tell them, walang kickback dyan, walang rebate dyan, walang middleman dyan. Kung hindi i-Facebook ko mga pangalan ninyo kung kayo'y kumubra dyan, walang paulit-ulit kasi meron din rule ang TUPAD, di ba? Pag ikaw ay beneficiaryo, ilang taon hanggang sa susunod? 1 year. Or 1 year. Hindi pwede yun ang taong yun.
Tama.
Pero syempre, in this world, it's an imperfect world. And while the intention is good and the program may be helpful, may marami na nagkakaproblema. Kaya nga, let's do all the special provisions and I will do and perform my oversight of the DOLE budget, especially TUPAD. Yan, para akong policeman, ano ko kayo, tignan ko.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyway, ang point ko lang naman, we learn lessons from our experiences. Yun lang point ko. Okay. It's nothing wrong with the program. Let's just improve the implementation. Ngayon, when I came in, sabi ko kay Madam Chairwoman, I'll be asking on the NLRC. Pero na-raise na po ni Senator Tulfo yung aking point na umabot na rin po sa akin yung concern ng mga practicing lawyers, some complainants, and even respondents, mga small and medium-term enterprises. Siguro yung mga oligarchs, big businesses, walang problema dyan. But meron din, there's an allegation that there is some syndicate controlling the outcome of cases in the NLRC, the labor arbiter and the NLRC. Okay, I'll get more information, pero sinasabi ko lang po ito na I share the concern of Senator Tulfo na medyo meron na po kaming feedback na nakukuha rin sa ground na gano'n eh. Pagka gano'n na po nangyayari, we have to react. We are representatives of the people. Pagka ganyan na po ang ano. So it's not only the employees but the small and medium enterprises. Yung mga as employer. So they experience a pattern of defeats then in the NLRC. So parang I'm sure the oligarchs natin wala namang reklamo na ganyan. So
Mr.
So,
President,
yes.
hindi naman po sa budget lang pwede i-raise ito. We are senators for 6 years. At any time po, pwede kayong dumiretso kay Secretary or sa NLRC. Kung di pa nyo makontak, nandyan si ating DOLE Majority Leader at nandyan po ako bilang Chair. Ibig sabihin, yung advokasya nyo ay TESDA,
Yes.
DOLE, labor. We can always whenever you have those cases, it's important the secretary knows, not just during budget hearings.
Yeah. Sige po. So the importante that we raise this matter up, the NLRC is put on notice, and then kami rin naman, we will have to pursue this matter. No? Now, Mr. Secretary, Secretary, you released a statement about the eradication of child labor is a priority of DOLE. Eradication of child labor. Sige po. Do we have any data on the status of children being used as workers? And
Ay, naku,
more or less, ano yung, what's,
on the PSA.
how will you bring to reality or fruition your plan?
on child labor.
Eradication of child labor.
Kailan yung batas ko? I'm the author of the anti-child labor law, I think at my first term. May batas na po tayo eh. And let me just read this report. According to special release on working children and the child labor situation by the PSA, but this was still a year ago, December 2021. Results of the child labor survey in 2020 estimated that there's 597,000, more than almost 600,000 children, 5 to 17 years of age, engaged in child labor. Mostly in Region 10, Northern Mindanao, Region 5, Bicol, BARM, Region 7, and 4A. What can we do about that? We already have a law.
Families of child labor, ma'am, we provide evidence.
So, instead of course, wala naman pong magulang gusto paghirapan o pagtrabaho, mga anak. Kailang ito'y dulot na rin ng kahirapan, and especially worsened, number one, by disasters, calamities, and second, by the pandemic. And so this has pushed us to worsening poverty, and that's what I told them in the hearing. How do we cure intergenerational poverty? And child labor is a large part of that. So how do we do it? Through livelihood programs, by providing them not just avenues for employment, but making them self-employed individuals and groups. So we have livelihood assistance, we have emergency employment, we have job placement, employment facilitation, we have skills training through TESDA, financial assistance, diretsong ayuda, housing assistance, medical assistance, and of course, a convergence program with other agencies of government like the SWD, the 4Ps program, where we have, of course, the 4P annual monthly allowance, conditional cash transfer, and the sustainable livelihood program for the 4P families. Marami po. But being a population of 110 and having a poverty level of almost 20 million, 19.99, and 2.6 million unemployed, hindi po madali. Kaya ang aking sinasabi nga sa kanila, importanteng bigyan natin hindi lamang ng one-time na ayuda, kung hindi nga puhunan para we create small industries, micro-enterprises, nano-enterprises, even self-employment para po pagbigyan mo ng bigasan para patuloy ang kanya, hindi lang isang ayuda or 10 days na tupad, tapos mauubos naman niya kaagad yon. So really, I admit, it's a challenge. And being the author of this law in my first term, gusto ko talagang tumutok dito. At I will, together with you, work with the Secretary on how we could, during our watch, lessen. And I will monitor this perhaps quarterly on how we help eliminate child labor. The more, I'm sure this PSA 600,000, marami pa dyan.
Mas marami. Yes.
Mas marami pa dyan.
Yes, so PSA, sige, we'll hear the budget of PSA. So tanungin ko na lang how often do they survey the number of child workers or laborers? Because the answer is it's not really direct. So it's an anti-poverty intervention set of programs. Yun ang nakuha kong sagot. And let's just hope na it really addresses the problem of
It can't be a
child
one-aid
labor.
solution. It can't be just one agency. It's a convergence of agencies and various programs of government. At saka, masama na yung child labor, mas masama pa at its worst form pa kung slavery, kung sex trafficking. And I'm also the author of the Anti-Trafficking Persons Act. That's why it breaks my heart that this still exists despite the existence of laws. It shows us that laws are not enough and funding the laws is not enough, but we must exercise our oversight functions in the implementation of these laws so that we're able to curb, if not totally eliminate
Yes, ma'am.
child labor.
But since the secretary made that statement, tama po ba? Is it a factual? Is this a factual statement that the secretary made a statement that eradication of child labor will be a priority for DOLE? And since you made that statement, siguro meron tayong standout program of DOLE directly addressing the problem.
There is a
Kasi
bureau.
otherwise, if it's the general intervention programs, hindi po siya, parang hindi rin siya naging priority.
Hindi po. Meron po tayong child labor prevention and elimination program. I wonder if this
magkano po?
program is born out of the law that I authored in my first term by the Bureau of Workers in Special Concerns. It aims to remove children from child labor. And what are the strategies? They profile child laborers. It aims to locate, identify children who will be referred to appropriate agencies to provide services. Assistance, nego carts, starter kits, materials needed for livelihood undertaking. Tas meron silang Sagip Batang Manggagawa is still ongoing.
Yes.
Sagip
It's an
Batang
interagency quick reaction mechanism which responds to cases of child labor in difficult conditions. There's Project Angel 3, meron pa ba to? Wala na. There is? It provides social services that range from food, clothing. Huy, para na silang DSWD. So talagang
Sige po. At sana yung suma total ng budget na yon also reflects that they are the priority of the DOLE. Yung mga programs or projects na nabanggit po ng chairwoman po natin, hindi ko alam yung figures ng budget nila. Sisilipin na lang natin after the
yun. Dito?
hearing. Opo.
Kayo po.
Sige po, basta yun lang po. I mean, to be consistent with the pronouncement of the secretary, the budgets of those projects or programs mentioned on to combat child labor must reflect that it is a priority of DOLE. Okay. So it's ano lang po yan, relatively speaking, titingnan po natin. Anyway, and then another statement of the secretary, correct me if I'm wrong, na you're also studying the idea of a legislated minimum wage. Is that correct? Tama po ba yung naling?
May hirap.
Ma'am, assisting mechanism is the regional. Okay, sige.
Yeah, there's an existing wage board, no? The tripartite wage body. Yeah.
So given
Sila
that
ang yung nagtatalaga. Sila nagtatalaga. Oo.
it's a tripartite
The tripartite
system, yeah.
wage board is the one that identifies silang nag-aaral sa region, kung ano dapat, kinukonsulta ang manggagawa, kinukonsulta ang mga employers.
Yes.
They take into consideration inflation, everything, no? Oo. Ano ang kaya, employer-employee. Including countryside development, oo.
Sige po. So given the answer of the secretary, I will interpret it to mean that he is not that eager on the idea of a nationally legislated minimum wage. Okay. Let
Legislated
let
minimum
the
wage.
current system work. Okay. Kasi okay, pero of course nothing prevents Congress if Congress believes that even the highest regional minimum wage is no longer sufficient to maintain indignity Filipino family of regular size, then nothing prevents Congress from pursuing this concept of a national minimum wage. And then, pwede naman yata, Secretary, i-reconcile, no? We have a national minimum wage, could still allow the regional tripartite wage system to continue. They can, in the future or after the law designating the minimum wage, they can add to that. They can provide for an amount bigger than that, just in case hindi na siya nga sufficient to maintain in dignity a regular sized Filipino family. Tama po ba yan conceptually, Mr. Secretary?
Yes,
Yes.
conceptually, yes, Mr. President.
Good answer yun para wala ng follow-up question.
Yes. Thank you.
Kasi kung no, baka may follow-up question pa. Tama po yan, tama. Theoretically, I think that can be. Okay, so I'll move on to the PRC po, Professional Regulatory Commission. They're part of the, are they part of the agencies the budget we are talking about?
Parang hindi ko hiniring.
Sige po. Ito po, na-disappoint po ko rito yung ating continuing professional development program. Akala ko noon, ito parang MCL ito ng lawyers na, di ba? We are mandatory continuing legal education, equip po kami we're informed of the latest developments in law, in the different fields of law, even siguro sa court procedure, rules of court, na inform kami. Pero ang feedback ko po dito, parang sa mata ng ating mga professionals or PRC licensed professionals, naging financial burden lang. And the feedback I get now from the ground is that the clamor is if not to revisit the system, is to abolish or repeal the system. What happened here, sir? Bakit parang hindi siya appreciated ng mga covered individuals or professionals covered by this program?
Bago lang yung batas sa amin naman.
2016 because of
Parang sa amin to kami may MCL. Ang second na MCL. 5 years na.
It's a 2016 law, and you're correct, problems raised by professionals, and there's proposal for amendments to the law, Mr. President. I've not studied it though.
Yeah. Yun ang problema. If we amend the law, change the name, tweak a little, tapos yun pa rin nasasabihin ngayon ng mga covered people na extra expense. Ganun po ang feedback. Parang akala ko kasi when I supported this law na they will experience the value of continuing education in their chosen field, in their chosen profession. Pero even yung kaibigan ko pong vet, kasama namin ni Jojo Alejar po sa Rotary Club, reklamo. It's just, sa mata nila, it's an additional expense. Sayang. I mean, I thought they would welcome the continuing education in their field. Okay. So anyway, please take that into account when you review the entire program.
It's a new law, 6 years old. They have amendments, Mr. President. Again, in an oversight function, we can see whether it's ineffective and see how we can further improve.
Nakita ko sa Facebook. Yes, ma'am. So it's a new law, pero 6 years of experience na rin yun. So, well, anyway, if there are positive feedbacks, pakibigay rin po ako, sir, from the PRC, kung may positive feedback ba. So, ano pa ba? So, that's all I want to raise sa PRC. Ngayon sa Secretary, yung committee hearing natin, ito, minimension ko to kay Majority Leader Senator Villanueva parati to. Well, on the way here, may nakikita po ako dyan sa mga construction, mga building na may mga workers sa ledge.
Oo.
Hindi naman naka-harness or nagpipi-painters na walang protection. Sabi ko kay Senator Villanueva, Joel, ano nangyari dun sa law na occupational safety ano ba yun?
Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law.
Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law.
Yes, yes.
Who is implementing this law? How come in the very heart of the Republic of the Philippines, Metro Manila, in Pasay siguro yan, on the way here, Pasay, I could see it, and if the implementer cannot see it, bakit?
Sino?
What's happening?
Charge na USEC or ASEC.
Sir, ay magtanong may mga questions si Senator Risa.
Oo.
We do inspect
Hindi siya pupunta rin.
What do you call your cluster?
workers' welfare.
They have a workers welfare protection cluster, and USEC Benavides is in charge. And they do random inspection, but we would urge them to be stricter, maging masinop.
Kasi
So,
po ako,
safety-
yes ma'am, I'm a senator, trabaho ko legislation, nakita ko. So sila, they're in the dole, sana nakita din nila. I mean, ganun po, I mean, I know si Senator Villanueva will confirm this. Nakailang bulong siguro ako sa'yo. 5, 4, hindi pa siya majority leader po noon.
If I may, Mr. President, I remembered that instance when Senator Coco Pimentel asked this representation to inform the Department of Labor and Employment. In fact, Mr. President, I've been very I'm closely monitoring the implementation of POSH. If you recall, Mr. President, I am not so sure if it was last Congress or the 17th Congress when we add additional some 200 million, if I'm not mistaken, for the additional inspectors, Mr. President. That was a year or 2 years after the passage of the Occupational Safety and Health Standards. Perhaps it would help the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City and the August Chamber, our distinguished colleagues, to find out the status of the implementation of the law, if we have enough inspectors to look into these sites, Mr. President, because I myself, every time I get a chance to or see some dangerous yung mga cranes po dyan sa BGC, dumadaan ho yung anak ko dyan syempre nakakatakot po. I always call the attention of Dole and the good thing about it, Mr. President, and I will report it to the body, I get an instant response. And the next day, I don't see these cranes anymore na nakahambalang dun sa kalye sa part ng BGC. So, I hope na, yun nga ho, and I share the sentiments of the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City, our minority leader, to look into this and perhaps give us an update as to how we are implementing the law, how many inspectors do we have right now, and what is the target perhaps of these inspectors. Ano ba yung universe? Ilan yung tina-target? Nare-reach ba natin yung target? Para ma-inspect itong mga establishments po na ito. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a new law, as you know, since 2018. Yes, and the compliance rate after correction increased by 10%
5-year-old law.
from 2019 to 2022. And there's a table here of establishments covered every year. Let's say in 2022, there's 69,369 establishments that were covered by the labor inspection program, and 3,973,195 workers were covered by this in 2022. So it's a long list
Yes.
of people of inspection that was conducted. There's been an improvement, but
Yes.
again, in an imperfect world,
Yes.
and in the implementation of laws, there's always much to do for improvement.
And of course, I agree, the world is imperfect. There will always be accidents. Pero, if merong avoidable there are avoidable
yes.
incidents. I mean, so, yung mga ganun, if you let them,
Definitely.
if you let them paint sa ledge on the 6th floor without harness, You're inviting an accident. Hindi na po accident yun. Violation of the law na yun. So anyway, sige
No,
po.
you're
So
correct.
thank
In
you.
fact,
Yes, ma'am.
there was one morning when I went on a skyway,
Mm.
and I was wondering why there was a man who was on the cement side of the skyway looking down with nothing. I don't know if he was
Working.
working,
Working.
silip, but there was a
Ayan.
van
Yun.
was there, and I was so scared for him. Then he jumped back to the skyway. I don't know what they were trying to monitor.
Yun na.
With nothing on his body.
Sige po. So that unit led by an undersecretary. Yan po. So we wish you the best. Andito naman kami to support you.
Yeah.
It's a relatively new law but not really that new. May 5 years na. Dapat meron na po kayong system ngayon. And that's Pasay City, not Cebu City. You know what happened in Cebu, no? Something happened in Cebu. Yung sa machine. Baka hindi alam ni Chairwoman yun, but something happened in Cebu.
Yeah.
Tama. Anyway. Yung, ano ba yun? Yung sa meat packing company?
Aray, ano yun?
Okay.
Si Yolito
Hindi
Blanc.
alam ng Yusek, alam mo? You know what I'm referring to?
Ayoko na. Huwag na lang.
You know, Yusek? You don't know yung kinain nung parang machine yung isang worker?
Aray.
Oh, di sa Cebu? Di alam.
Kinain ng makina yung worker. Ano ba yan?
I'm beginning to worry, Madam Chairwoman. Part yun ng occupational safety, right?
Oo. Of course.
Hindi alam ni Yusek, bakit po alam ko? I think you penalized I think you imposed the penalty on the company. Ako sa news ko lang po ito nakukuha. I think you imposed the fine.
Hanapin ko lang.
Well, Atty. Basta alam nyo na. Basta alam niyo yung concern namin. I mean, at any rate, Madam Chairwoman, I will terminate now my interpellation, but I'm going to begin the interpellation of my companion in the minority. Meron po akong may iniwan po si Senator Risa Ontiveros na mga katanungan. Okay. Sige po, TESDA. Mr. President, my question is about the assessment and certification of the middle, medyo 6 paragraphs po ito. Pati, medyo hindi ko na po isisigaw kasi masakit na rin yung lalamunan ko. Okay. Mr. President, my question
Wala naman
is...
po yung nagtatanong. No, you can submit it and then the questions can be answered and given to you by tomorrow when we open session. Kung nahirapan kayo.
Meron kasing informative function din ito eh. Believe it or not, may nagsusubaybay sa atin eh. Meron nga nag-email sa akin, tinanong ko sa DPW. So ituloy na lang po natin ito, just with your indulgence po. Okay. Mr. President, my question is about the assessment and certification of the middle-level skilled workers through Philippine Technical Vocational and Training Competency Assessment and Certification System, PTC-ACS program of the TESDA. Based on this program, you need to hire competent assessors who will conduct competency assessment process for persons applying for certifications. Mahalaga po ba ang role na ginagampanan ng mga trainers and assessors? Kung bago kasama sila sa core program and mandate ng TESDA, kasi kung walang mga trainers and assessors, walang mabigyan ng certificates. Tama ba? Tuloy ko na lang po, lahat-lahat na tuloy ko na. May I know from the TESDA how many accredited assessment centers does the agency have and how much budget we allocate for each of the accredited center?
Assessment center.
From this allocation, how many trainers and assessors can the agency hire? And how much does the agency pay for each assessor? The reason why I ask this, Madam Sponsor, is because my office received a complaint from a group of assessors They claim that they received a very minimal amount of payment, 300 pesos per person, with no security of tenure and social benefits like SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig. Aside from this issue, some of them are exposed to hazardous work, especially during the training. Pwede po bang malaman bakit ganito ang sitwasyon nila? Pwede ba silang mabigyan ng pagkakataon na madinig ng TESDA ang kanilang mga issues at makapaghain ng proposal sa kanila? Yeah, that's the end of the question.
Yes, of course, the complainants or those who were requesting the Senator Ontiveros' office
Yeah.
may reach TESDA either through our office or directly, that's okay. Now, to the question of the trainers, there are 21,737 TVET trainers, National TVET Training Certificate holders, and 7,516 accredited competency assessors. That's the latest as of October of this year, Mr. President.
Sige po, just take, TESDA, just take note of the amount that was mentioned in the question and tignan nyo if per regulations, ano ba? There's no violation?
So the assessor's fee is 3,192 per one batch of assessment schedule or 319.20 pesos per candidate.
Sige po, thank you. It seems that the DOLE's budget for 2023 is just business as usual. The economic recovery targets, which supposedly require creating jobs, were not reflected because of the big budget cuts in the workers' protection and welfare programs. Malaking halaga ng budget ang tinapyas sa mga program na magbibigay pantawid tulong sa mga manggagawa tulad ng TUPAD and Employment Facilitation Program. Maaari po bang malaman ang dahilan bakit kailangan bawasan ang budget para dito? Can we suggest that aside from LGUs, we also encourage trade unions and employers groups to get a significant share of TUPAD and other livelihood programs of the DOLE through the regional tripartite wages and productivity boards, regional tripartite industry peace council, unions or workers associations in the localities?
Your question, binawasan po ng pondo.
Totoo naman po yun, di ba? From 2022 to 2023, yung TUPAD bumaba.
No, as we know, in the NEP, it's the President's budget and DBM prepares that. And we cannot compare the NEP with the GAB and especially with the GAA because that's where the amendments of the legislators come in. And we discussed it earlier, Mr. President, that TUPAD usually starts at a certain level, but congressmen put amendments in the respective districts and senators as well. And so to say that the budget was cut, it really starts low and then we amend it
Tama.
with the funds coming from different programs.
Tama po yun, dahil sa 2022, it started low and then
Yes.
it went high.
Yes,
Pero
Mr.
yung pong meron palang employment facilitation program. Na-cut din po ba yung budget na?
Job start.
Job start?
Meron mga, the same thing, Mr. President, I don't think we can compare the NEP with the GAA.
Thank you.
Because this is the biggest legislation in process. And so if we compare the NEP with the GAA, programs which are effective really become bigger, while programs with maybe low absorptive capacity or don't have very good results remain the same or are even lessened because we know the universe of the budget remains the same and programs are increased or decreased depending on the effectivity of the programs.
How about on the second part of the question, ma'am, yung suggestion po ni Senator Ontiveros that we encourage trade unions, employers groups to get a significant share of the TUPAD and other livelihood programs?
As long as they're eligible, of course. In fact, I introduced a special provision in the DOLE budget. I'd like to put it on record. I think
Sige po, ma'am.
this is, in a way, a game changer to a certain extent. We put here that The priority must include the indigent families under the National Household Targeting System for Poverty Reduction, informal sector families, those under the next lower poverty level as determined by DSWD, and indigenous people, agrarian reform beneficiaries, and women who do unpaid care and domestic work.
Thank you. But the answer is there is an avenue. Basta.
Yes.
Okay, the next question from Senator Ontiveros on expanded maternity leave law implementation and monitoring. Bilang pangunahing nagtulak o bilang isa sa mga pangunahing nagtulak at nagpursige na maipasa ang makasaysayang batas na RA 11210 o ang EML noong 2019 bilang nanatiling chair ng Committee of Women, Gender and Family Relations, mahalaga po sa akin ito na ganap na matamasa ng ating mga manggagawa. Meron ba kayong monitoring system kung ito ay fully implemented at nakikinabang na ba ang mga nasa private sector? Also in the informal sector, ilan na po ang nakinabang dito? At kung may dispute, ilan ang nag-file ng kaso o reklamo ukol sa implementation ng EML?
Maganda po ang
Sige.
compliance rate sa batas na ito. And overall compliance rate, believe it or not, is 99.98% based on the 74,945 establishments inspected. The cases were from Mimaropa, Regions 1, 5, 6, and 7, and NCR.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is on occupational safety and health. OSH din po ito. OSH po ito. Occupational safety and health is critical to achieving decent work, which is also one of the SDGs, specifically number 8. Last October 7, trade union and organized workers globally have celebrated the World Day for Decent Work. As an advocate and also a policymaker, I really want to express my support for this call. With the foregoing, I would like to ask some data on work-related injuries, accident, diseases, and deaths, specifically in terms of industry, working age populations, and causes. Siguro ito po pwedeng isubmit na lang, Madam Chairwoman?
Yes.
Sige po, submit sa subcommittee as well as to
They
the
can
office.
just submit it to you.
yes.
Yes. Thank you. Actually, there's data already. As of October this year, this shows that there were 125 accidents, mainly from construction, and agriculture and mining, quarrying, and then for COVID-infected workers. It's a long list, but perhaps it can be submitted to the minority leader. Thank you.
Tama-tama po, na-mention nyo yung construction workers. Ito po yung kanyang follow-up question po. Meron bang occupational and health committees sa mga workplaces, lalo na sa mga walang unions and associations, katulad ng mga construction workers na karamihan ay hindi organized?
According to the DOLE, the compliance is 97.32% of the total 74,945 establishments inspected.
Requirement pa ba to under the law? Okay. So it's required. Okay. So part of the compliance. Sige pa. The next question from Senator Ontiveros would be on unmet demand for work from home arrangements. In Section 10 of the implementing rules of the telecommuting law, DOLE set up an establishment report system where DOLE is notified about work from home arrangements. How many employers and covering how many workers and for what jobs have so far given notice of the work from home arrangements? A study on the teleworkability of different job positions in different industry subsectors was published in 2021 in the Philippine Review of Economics. The author, Mr. Ian Generalao, for example, reveals that teleworkability is near 50% for financial and administrative professions and wholesale and retail trade, while it is above 50% for jobs in entertainment, professional and scientific services, real estate, education, finance and insurance, and ICT, of course. Having been vetted by our best labor economists like former NEDA Secretary Emmanuel Esguerra, we can suppose that these estimates can be used as indicators of potential demand for work from home activities. So may I ask the Secretary if the DOLE can set up an index of possible unmet demand for work from home arrangements?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, they will comply, Mr. President.
Just provide the subcommittee as well as the office. The next question is on ILO Convention 190. This is just a follow-up on the initiative of the DOLE on the ratification of ILO 190, Violence and Harassment Convention 2019. Can we hear some update on how the DOLE pursues this initiative? Just for the information of this body, I have asked Senator Amy Marcos as Committee Chair of Foreign Affairs if the Honorable Senator could support this initiative. So,
Let
update.
me just clarify. Is this already a treaty that we had concurred in, Mr. President?
Maybe
Not yet.
the DOLE, yeah.
No. It's not yet ratified.
Ratification is the question.
The ratification. So it's not with the Senate and it's also not with the DOLE. Ratification would be a move of the executive of the DFA and the president. So they're in the process of consultation, and perhaps we could speed up the process so that it could be signed by the president or ratified and delivered to the Senate for concurrence.
There's no news to
They're
relate to Senator Ontiveros. Wala. It's the same situation as before.
ongoing
Ongoing. Okay, sige po.
consultation.
The next question, second to the last na po ito, ma'am. Second to the last. On the review of minimum wage setting, ang tamo to, Secretary, meron din siyang na-mention na may sinabi ka daw eh. First of all, I applaud the statement and the interest of the good Secretary on wage increase for our workers. I believe the minimum wage is really insufficient, especially now of high inflation rate, and after 3 decades, our minimum wage earners are still receiving starvation wages. Indeed, the regional wage setting mechanism should be reviewed. Is it possible for DOLE to call for a tripartite review?
Yes, the secretary said that, and he is in favor, and he directed them to review, the regional wage board to review the minimum wage law, the
so-
minimum wages
So
in the various regions of the country, Mr. President.
ito question ko na po to. So the review is not about the system but about the rates.
The rates.
The amounts. Okay, sige pa. I get it. Thank you. And last but not the least, on contractualization. Pwede po ba malaman ang kasalukuyang datos ng contractualisasyon? Ilan po ang bilang ng mga agency hired at ilan naman ang directly hired by the principal?
Maski nung gobyerno.
Saang industriya ang merong pinakamaraming contractual workers? Ano naman po ang plano ng ahensya para unti-unting mabawasan ang bilang ng mga contractual workers? Pareho pa ito lang nagtanong ito.
What do we do, Mr. President? Even the Senate has job orders. So magsimula tayo dito. Hindi ko masasagot yan.
So submission na lang kasi I don't think DOLE will say you have no data sa contractualization. Do you have or you don't have?
Ang dami.
Kasi if you don't have, yun ang sagot. But if you have, submit na lang. You have, meron pa. Okay.
Tanong ko sila eh.
Sana it's as detailed as the request of Senator Ontiveros, agency hired, directly hired by the principal, anong industry,
Gusto ko rin malaman eh.
anong industry pinakamaraming contractual,
You know,
plus the
government.
definition siguro
No,
on how you define the contractual worker.
No, alam ko pati DSWD ha, kasi nga kulang sila ng implementors. I have to amend the budget. SLP workers, MOA workers, right? In Antique, yung Memorandum of Agreement. Meron mga SLP, that's a Sustainable Livelihood Program, MOA workers hired pag may legislator na nag-amend na naglagay ng Sustainable Livelihood Program. At kung hindi ako nag-amend ng budget, walang trabaho ang mga taong yun. So government is the biggest employer of contractuals.
Yeah.
So what do we do? Let's outlaw it and let's conduct a hearing. Let's have an inventory. Private sector, government, which agency of government? Congress, Senate, the whole of Congress. Let's find out the executive, our programs, the implementors of our programs, our contract, iba-ibang pangalan, contract of service, JO, MOA workers, pareho lang yan. Wala namang mga benepisyo. Kaya kailangan mag-legislate siguro tayo ng minimum benefits, at least for government workers, yung kontrolado natin. Tapos tayo ang magpondo. Ayan, yan ang magandang kinalabasan ng tinatanong nyo. So, inventaryohin natin, ating backyard muna bago tayo magturo-turo sa iba. Ating backyard, ilan ang ating JOs, ano man ang tawag doon. O, ano ang kanila? May PhilHealth, at the very least, may PhilHealth, o,
Tama.
may risk insurance, accident insurance, o, meron overtime pay, o, ganun. O, tingnan natin. So, after we have done our own backyard, then we can impose on the private sector.
So we will join you in that hearing, Madam Chairwoman.
Diba?
Pero before that hearing is held, may I remind the Secretary to also review your, kasi na-discuss ko sa staff ko yan, review your own authorized positions, field, unfilled, and then the number of JOs and COS of the Department of Labor itself. Because let it not be also brought up that wala rin, kung walang karapatan to end the contractualization ang gobyernong maraming JO
Because maraming
and
savings
COS,
dyan.
I hope the Labor Department will have that karapatan to espouse the end of contractualization.
But,
Because in your
let's
agency
break
itself, maganda yung ano natin.
We will wait for them, Mr. President, to submit to the body data, wala ba dyan ngayon, on contractualization in government, whether in the legislature, judiciary, or the executive department. We will see kung gaano kalaganap ang contractualization sa gobyerno.
Yeah, that's correct. Basta, yun lang, just a word of advice to the Dolly kasi we looked at your
Okay.
numbers.
Sige.
It's not that impressive too. So
Okay.
just
I'm
improve.
glad
So
you raised
thank you.
that.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and to the Labor family. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your questions. As always, it is not to block, but really to improve and enhance the budget and to provide support, especially your last question, so that I will put a special provision in the budget for JOs in government at least. We should provide them with insurance, health insurance and accident insurance, and PhilHealth, of course, covers everything. At kung ano pa ang ating maibibigay habang hindi pa sila nagiging permanent. Ang dami dyan. You would be surprised. They've been there for so long and they're not yet even permanently employed, even in this Senate.
Mr. President, before I move for the proper motion, I just like to make a short manifestation and just ask one question, actually, Mr. President. If the distinguished sponsor would yield to just one question, Mr. President.
Sa pondo ng pakiensa. Bigyan mo ng...
Just one question, Mr. President. Distinguished
Majority
colleague.
Leader will ask the Senate President Pro Tempore, Chair.
Just one question, Mr. President, because this is concerning the previous appointment that we received today, and this representation and the Senate President
Okay.
would like to ask just one question, Mr. President. May we know if the distinguished sponsor is aware of RA 7796 or the TESDA law? Because in Section 12 of the law, it states Deputy Directors General. And I'd like to put this on record. We'd like to give a copy to the PMS and Malacanang about this because in Section 12, and I quote, the Director General shall be assisted by 2 Deputy Directors General to be appointed by the President of the Philippines on recommendation of the TESDA Board. 1 to be responsible for vocational and technical education and training, and 1 to be responsible for policies and planning. The Deputy Directors General shall enjoy the benefits, privileges, and emoluments equivalent to the rank of Assistant Secretary. My only question, Mr. President, is that how many TESDA Deputy Directors General do we have right now before the appointment, Mr. President?
There are 4,
There are 4.
and they are here.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
President.
see the 2, and I said the 2 are overload. So
Mr. President,
there's a 5th who is not present here.
so again, according to the charter, should be assisted by 2 Deputy Director Generals. We have 4, and just recently, we appointed another Deputy Director General. My question, Mr. President, is that do we need additional Deputy Director General? I have nothing against the appointment of anyone, any Tom, Dick, or Harry, Mr. President. I'm just concerned about what particular job are we trying to create right now, Mr. President? Maybe, if I should ask, is the TESDA secretary aware of this? At least, was he at least consulted for this particular position, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the Director General was not consulted. He is not familiar about the person.
Thank you.
The DOLE Secretary is not consulted.
Oh, the DOLE secretary is not even consulted.
In candor, in all candor, pwede ko ba sabihin sinabi mo? Wala na raw mabigay na ibang trabaho sa tao?
Wow.
Sabi nun.
Yeah,
I don't know,
I'd
I'm
just like to
a
interject. I'd just
I'm
like to
a
ask a question.
communicator of what the DG said.
Is that legal that we appoint more than what the law offers? I mean, when you have for example, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, you have the head of the agency, then 2 commissioners. Is it legal to appoint a 3rd and a 4th commissioner? For example, as an example. So my question with TESDA, Your Honor, Madam Senate President Pro Tempore, our sponsor, you think it's legal to appoint an additional director generals to the post when the law does not allow it, or the law does not basically allow you to do so if it's limited to 2?
Well, it's a political appointee, Mr. President, coterminous. And if we provide them the budget to pay for PS, then they can hire.
I
If
don't
you
think
want
you,
to reduce
even if
your-
they're political appointees, Your Honor, for example, I'm the father of the NCMF, the National Commission of Muslim Filipinos, and there's a set number of commissioners. Could you appoint, I believe there are 5 commissioners. I don't think you can appoint a 6th or a 7th.
Actually correct. For example, Climate Change Commission, it says 3 commissioners. We cannot have 4. You're correct.
Yes, because they have a charter. I believe that's the charter. Am I correct, Majority Leader? That's
Mr.
the charter
President,
of the
I cannot agree more, Mr. President. And I'd like to put on record that when this representation was in TESDA, we followed the law. We only have 2 Deputy Director Generals, Mr. President.
May we ask when the
But
other
Mr.
2?
President, please, don't let me not remiss of my duty, Mr. President, to hear the Secretary himself of TESDA saying he was not consulted. The Secretary of DOLE, by the way, Mr. President, is the chairman of the board of the TESDA board, Mr. President, under the law, RA 7796. He was not also consulted. And what pains me a lot, Mr. President, is that the Secretary of TESDA says they don't know what to do with the appointment because they don't know, Mr. President, anong pagagawang trabaho. This is a bad narrative, Mr. President. Hindi tayo makagawa ng trabaho kaya mag-appoint tayo ng another DDG para makakreate tayong trabaho.
With the permission of the body and the permission of the minority floor leader, if we can do the same what we did last night for the OMB, may we suspend the rules so that we can hear it straight from the Secretary himself of both TESDA and Labor that this is not proper, that the law only requires 2, rather than the sponsor, because obviously the sponsor cannot speak at this particular point on the issue of the additional commissioners.
Mr. President, if I may, I have known the Secretary for quite a while. He himself was shocked about this when I asked this particular matter this afternoon. And I don't think the Secretary is even aware. As he mentioned, he wasn't even consulted. So it was actually Malacanang who appointed Mr. President. And again, I don't have anything against anyone who's being appointed to
Was
this
it which
particular post.
administration the appointment, Mr. Majority Leader? Was it the last
The appointment
administration, or
just came out today, Mr. President. I was given a copy of this appointment, Mr. President. The appointment came in, the date was October 9, Mr. President.
yes, but to be fair to that gentleman who was appointed today,
Yes.
or woman or gentleman, I don't know, no? To be fair, there were two other appointments. We
Yes,
have to be strict.
prior.
You have to be strict on the law's interpretation.
Yes.
So, my question is, the other two that were appointed after the first two, were they appointed this administration or previous administration?
Previous, Mr. President. It was
Previous.
previously
So,
the
not
previous
this administration.
Not this administration.
So since this administration is practicing right sizing, we should trim the fat of this bureaucracy. I would just like to appeal to our colleagues so that we can hear it for the record from the Secretary itself that the law only says two members, two commissioners. May we make the proper motion, Your Honor?
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Leader is also not objecting to this motion, Mr. President.
Thank you. So if we may, address the question, the chair will now address the question to the Secretary of TESTA. Good evening, Your Honor. Good evening, Secretary Cruz. First of all, the charter is very clear. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the charter, because you have a charter for TESDA, it's different from the departments. When you have the departments, there's a leeway of political appointees for ASEC positions and USEC positions. But when you create when you have a charter for a particular agency created by law, the law is to be followed. Delikado kasi because tama yung point na sabi ng ating minority floor leader that how can they get their salaries and emoluments if they don't have an item under the law? If the law only says two deputy director generals, paano nagkakaroon ng 4 or 5? Paano nagkakaroon ng 3 extra? So first, can you clarify for the record that the law states that there are only 2 director generals allowed under the charter?
Mr. President, members of the Senate, TESDA Act of 1994 provided for the position, plantilla position of 2 Deputy Director General. But during the last administration, this was increased to 4 Deputy Director General. So when we assume the position few months ago, we submitted the application for 4 Deputy Director General. The plantilla Deputy Director General would be the Deputy for Policies and Programs. Number 2, the Deputy for Operations. The additional 2, one will handle Administration and Finance, and the number 4 will handle will handle legislative matters, legal, and partnership.
Yeah. Yes, Secretary. But again, you came up with 2 new items without amending the law. Therefore, you're in violation of the law. I have nothing, I have no clue I have no idea who the Deputy Director Generals are. I have nothing personal against them. I'm just a stickler for rules, just like my minority floor leader. We're a stickler for the laws here. Because what will prevent a 5th, a 6th, a 7th, and an 8th if we do not follow the charter of TESDA? Do you agree with me, Secretary?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
But
Because that's a violation of law. That can be also...
this is happening to a lot of government institutions.
Yes, but there's no legal basis for it, Secretary.
Plantilla positions, but the appointing power will appoint additional.
Maybe there's a lack of knowledge of the appointing authority, because I had a chance to talk to the Executive Secretary, and the Executive Secretary said he will look into this. He did not know. So being a new appointee, as a matter of fact, he's just going to be confirmed next week. So we just like to ask the Secretary to just confirm that the law states only 2 Deputy Director General. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. Okay. On the issue of the new appointee, was he even vetted out amongst the Secretary of Labor and who's the chair of the body, as well as the TESDA leadership? Was there consultation between the 2 of you?
Honestly, Your Honor, we were not consulted nor requested to endorse the
new appointee.
appointment.
And besides, even if you endorsed him, under the law, it's still a violation of law, because there is really no item for a 3rd and a 4th and a 5th appointee. We'd like to put this on record because we want to streamline the bureaucracy. You want to cut off the fat, and you want to make sure that we're not in violation of the law. Your reasoning, Your Honor, with due respect, you've been my friend for a very long time, since Congress days, pa tayo magkaibigan. But with the reasoning that it is being done by others should not be the right and legal reason. Because just because it is being violated by other agencies should be violated also by TESDA. What we should do is clamp down on those other agencies as well. So I just wanted to put that on record. Does any one of our colleagues also want
Mr. President, just one intervention and ask the good Secretary of TESDA if just to try to understand the additional appointment for the 5th Deputy Director General. Would the Secretary give us a bird's eye view of what's it like to have another Deputy Director General? Is there a need? Are you thinking of an emerging industry, perhaps, that another Deputy Director General should be focusing on that no one is actually doing right now in TESDA? Do you have anything of that sort of idea, Mr. President? Secretary Cruz, na pwedeng gawin ng ika-5 Deputy Director General na kung saan ang batas ay sinasabing dalawa lang po dapat?
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I can honestly say that the four Deputy Director General can handle all the existing jobs at TESDA.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But, having received the appointment of the additional, the PFOD, we can probably, everybody can contribute to the job of TESDA. And right now, we're thinking of just designating him as Deputy Director General for a special concern.
Correct, but I believe we're still of the opinion, Your Honor, that it is a violation of the law. There's no legal basis for them to be appointed as Director Generals. We'll point this out to the proper leadership, all the way up to the President if need be. But definitely, sorry na lang yung matamaan na iba. If there's a recommendation for 4 Deputy Director Generals, Secretary, then you write us, the proper action to take is to amend the law. But you cannot appoint new people into that plantilla. You may call them assistants, you may call them something, but they're not Deputy Director Generals. Unfortunately, that is the law. Parang SRA yan eh. SRA, there's the chairman and then there's 2 members of the board. Yung NCMF, there's 5 members of the board. Yung National Commission for NCIP, Indigenous Peoples, there's also a fixed number of directors. You cannot add to that. That is a violation of the law. I'm surprised no one has questioned that yet with the Supreme Court. So, just for the record, we thank the good secretary for answering these queries and the questions and for their candid answers as well. Thank you, Majority Leader. We can suspend.
Yeah, Mr. President.
We can terminate.
Mr. President, I move that we terminate the suspension of the Senate rules. Mr. President, I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion's approved.
Yes, Mr. President, before I again move for the proper motion, I'd just like to put on record that a while ago when we also asked the chairperson of the TESDA board, Secretary Laguesma, he also mentioned that he was not consulted when the appointment came in. I just want to put that on record. Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate and ask questions on the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment.
Can I just ask again before we move? Sure. This is the Majority Floor Leader who was the former chairman of TESDA. During your time, how many Deputy Director Generals did you have?
Again, I only have 2, Mr. President. 2 Deputy Director General.
And prior to you?
Prior to me? There are 3, Mr. President, prior to me. And Mr. President, I wanted to put this on record because the records of the Senate will bail me out. On my first year here as a senator, 2016, I raised this particular item during the budget deliberation of TESDA. I raised it, Mr. President, that there are only 2 Deputy Director Generals under the law, under the charter. And it fell on deaf ears, Mr. President, for quite some time. So I can ask our records to support my statement because I've been saying this for quite some time, Mr. President.
It's a good Majority Floor Leader suggesting that we should revisit the budget of these offices?
Well, Mr. President, I'm an advocate of right sizing, and I fully support the administration's call to, again, right sizing is different from downsizing. Very, very different. Right sizing means we need to be more efficient, we need to be more effective in our duties and responsibilities as public servants in our departments and agencies, Mr. President. And so, if there are duplication, and if you recall, Mr. President, I stood here yesterday pointing out the duplication and overlapping of work in the office of the Optical Media Board. I also stood here during the deliberation of the CFO or the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. I've been very consistent, Mr. President, and there are so many agencies out there, Mr. President, and tomorrow we'll tackle the budget of DOST. I will still point it out, Mr. President, just to be consistent.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President,
Please proceed.
there being no member who wishes to interpolate or ask any more questions on the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment, Office of the Secretary, Institute for Labor Studies, National Conciliation and Mediation Board, National Labor Relations Commission, National Wages and Productivity Commission, Professional Regulation Commission, Technical Education and Skills Development Authority be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budgets of the Department of Labor and Employment on all its attached agencies mentioned by the Majority Floor Leader is deemed submitted.
We must move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I move that we resume consideration of the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion by the Majority Floor Leader. There be no objection. Motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the budget, Senator Sani Angara, and to continue asking questions, Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from the city of Taguig and Patero, Senator Alan Cayetano.
The distinguished gentleman from Aurora is recognized to sponsor the measure, and our distinguished former Speaker of the House, Senator Allen, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank both the sponsor and Secretary Bunoan and the DPWH family. Since we're dealing with numbers, you know, it was better to discuss it line by line, and both Senator Angara and myself, you know, have discussed with the Secretary, you know, the desire for a momentum for reform and for a new DPWH, given that every new administration has a chance to remake even very traditional departments like itself. So I'd like to thank the sponsor for his patience. And I'd just like to clarify, I clarified this with the Secretary, but for the DPWH family, I did not mean that the bureaus are not doing anything. In fact, I was advocating for them. I was saying strengthen them and give them the job. No? And I was not saying that the district engineers and the regional directors are not capable of doing the maintenance, testing, etc. I'm saying it can even be institutionalized and strengthened by reviewing the organizational chart, including the functions of each and every bureau. Having said that, Senator Padilla is not only an action star, but is also an action man. And he took advantage of listening to us and was asking about some areas that are marginalized because of areas or conflict. And he had the chance to speak to the Secretary. So with the permission of the Senate President, and again, thank you to my brother, Chairperson Angara and Secretary Bunoan, may I yield the floor to Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Thank you to the gentleman from Taguig, the former majority leader of this chamber, former speaker. And ako, naintindihan ko po yung puntos niya, but I appreciate him restating it for the record, Your Honor. And dito naman po, ready to tayo sa ating kaibigan, Senator Robin.
A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ginoong mahal na Pangulo, magandang gabi po. At sa ating pong ginoong mayorya at sa ating pong chairman, isang magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Ako po ay una, humihingi po ako ng paumanhin at ako'y medyo late dumating sapagkat galing po ako sa isang pagpupulong ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region ng Muslim Mindanao. Kasama ko po doon ang ating ginoong Pangulo at napag-usapan po namin doon ang mga dapat pong balangkasin sa BOL, sa Bangsamoro Organic Law. At sa pag-uusap po namin doon, ay napakaganda mo naman po, no? Sapagkat ang ating pong gobyerno sa pamamahala po ng ating mahal na Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, tutuloy po lahat ang programa ng BARM. Isa lamang po ang naikwento ko sa aking kapatid na si Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. Kasi po alam po ninyo, sa kagawaran po ng Department of Public Works and Highways. Pagka nagpunta po kayo sa lugar namin, sa BARM, pag galing po kayo ng Sultan Kudarat, napakaganda po ng kalsada dyan. Talagang napakasarap po. Pag bumiyahe po kayo dyan, ang sarap po ng tulog ninyo. Pero pagpasok nyo po sa lugar namin, alam nyo na nandun na kayo sa Maguindanao sapagkat nagkakapalit na po kayo ng muka ng katabi ninyo. Yung po kasing kalsada ay napakasama. Nakakalungkot po. Kaya po nailapit ko po kay Senator Alan at inilapit ko din po yan sa akin pong idol na si Senator Bong Revilla Jr. At inilapit ko po kay Secretary. Ang hiling ko po sana, kung talaga pong tayo ay susunod sa mga sinabi ng ating mahal na Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, ay pagtutulungan po natin. Pagtutulungan po natin na maayos ang kalsada. Sapagkat ang kalsada pong ayos, ibig sabihin, maganda ang transportation. Kapag maganda ang transportation, totoo po lahat yung sinabi natin na yung mga economic promises natin magiging totoo. Kaya, mahal na Chairman at ating pong ginoong Pangulo, hinihingi ko po sa ating DPWH na tulungan po ako. Tulungan po akong maayos natin yung kalsada po sa BARM. At unahin po natin sana yung pagduktong ng Sultan Kudarat, pagpasok ng Maguindanao, papunta ng Lanao, sana po maayos po natin, inshallah.
Yes, tutulong po ang departamento dito at binigay na po nung kalihim ang kanyang salita dyan, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary. Maraming salamat po sa aking kapatid, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, at sa ating pong idol, Senator Bong Revilla. Yun lamang po, Ginoong Mayorya at Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat ng marami kay Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Maraming salamat sa ating kapatid, taga-adopted sa ng Mindanao, and of course from Bicol Region, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate or ask any questions on the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. Consider the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, Office of the Secretary, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
I'm happy to make that motion. There being no objection, the motion is that the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways and its attached agencies be deemed submitted. Congratulations po. 1 minute suspension.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the budget, no other than the distinguished gentleman from the city of Las Piñas, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar. I so move, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from Las Piñas, former congressman, former secretary of the DPWH, now senator, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to present to this august chamber the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies for the fiscal year 2023 in the amount of 7,789,331,000 based on the committee report. Please note that this proposal includes the budget of the Office of the Secretary, attached agencies, Board of Investment, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, Design Center of the Philippines, Philippine Trade Training Center, and with the attached corporations, namely Center for International Trade Exposition, Trade and Missions, and Small Business Corporation, excluding APECO, TESDA, and CDA. There's no budget change in the Senate version to the 2023 GAB, except for the DTI Office of the Secretary with the inclusion of a new locally funded project, Malikhaing Pinoy program amounting to 250 million pesos. I'm ready to accept questions from our distinguished colleagues.
Mr. President,
question.
Manifestation.
yes, Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the city of Taguig and Patero, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, for his manifestations, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague, Senator Cayetano, is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Senate President, good evening, Mr. Majority Leader, to our dear sponsor, Senator Mark. May you allow me to just make one quick manifestation?
Yes, please. Please proceed.
So isusumbong ko sana kay Tulfo tong sasabihin ko. Pero sabi niya sa akin, idiretso na natin kay Mark Villar at sa mahal nating sekretary. No? Ang paabot ko lang po, binulong ko kay sekretary yung kumpanya. Hindi ko na babanggitin dito dahil private company. Ang hinihingi ko lang kay sekretary, palakasin natin yung ating consumer protection na pagka it's all over social media, whether Facebook, Instagram, I don't expect you to know everything sa social media, di ba? I mean, there are complaints everywhere. In fact, ang algorithm ng social media is mas dun sa negative eh. Pero pag ibig sabihin, marami na, whether yan ay credit card, or whether yan ay airlines, or whether yan isang store, it wouldn't hurt that mag-proactive ang DTI at sabihin nilang they will take a look at it. Kasi it will inspire confidence, no, dun sa ating mga consumers, no. So magtatanong sana ako tungkol dito, but meron naman chance sa confirmation hearing, which I also don't want to ask too long. But yun nga po, sana pagbago yung administrasyon, there's always an opportunity to whatever you call it, right size, reorganize, ayusin ng mabuti yung ano. Not on my watch, pare. Not on my watch. Hindi. Hindi, I mean, wag patungan yung watch ko. Hindi, mapapatungan ng tubig yung watch ko eh. Kaya not on my watch lang. So anyway, I'll stop there, Mr. Secretary. And I wish you well in the next 6 years sa journey nyo. And your experience sa corporate would, you deal with complaints every day. So I hope no, that systematically we can deal with the complaints in social media, even if it's a world of chaos. You can put some order. And thank you to my good friend, former Secretary and now Senator Mark Villar.
I would just
Yes.
like to
Yes, well taken, Mr. Senator, and we will endeavor to make sure that doesn't happen under the watch of Secretary Pascual. Thank you.
I'd just
Mr.
like to
President.
put on record that if the our distinguished colleague from Taguig and Pateros would write all his jokes down and put it in a book, he'll make a lot of money. He'll have a second job.
Actually, Mr. President, after the budget of DOLE, he asked me not to allow DOLE personnel to go out of this August chamber. Otherwise, may dole out. Oh, Mr. President, I don't know if you
Some
would
of them
laugh
were bad
that,
jokes. I'm
yeah.
not saying they're all good jokes, but some of them are bad
Mr.
jokes.
President, it's so bad that you'll have nightmares after tonight, Mr. President. Anyway, Mr. President,
Just
it's
before we
good.
before we introduce the next person, I just like to put on record that there are 14 senators present close to midnight tonight, just to show you that it's quite a hardworking Senate. I thank you all, the senators that are here today.
Mr. President, our colleagues wanted to make sure that they are here, but they are not asking for a roll call. We have our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Who leads the
Senator-
pack? He leads the pack of being masipag.
Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Loren Legarda, Senator Alan Cayetano, Senator Pia Cayetano, sorry, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Jingo Estrada, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Nancy Binay, our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda. Mr.
You have also
President.
Senator Sonny Angara inside,
Senator
together
Angara.
with Senator JV.
Senator J.V. Ejercito, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Isabela, no other than Senator Rafi Tulfo. I so move, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague, the gentleman from Isabela, Senator Rafi Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. During the budget briefings, I had a heated exchange with the officials of the DTI about instant noodles. Nakakatawa para sa iba, pero malaking bagay sa akin yung kasi malaking bagay yun sa mga Pilipino. The consumption of cup noodles in our country, especially by the poor, is beyond the healthy amount. In fact, it has a long-term effect to their health. And being the agency mandated to protect our consumers, I saw it as an opportunity to ask for their help in addressing the concern. And I'm pleased to inform everyone that the DTI acted on the matter and alerted the proper government agencies, particularly the FDA, to look into the high sodium content of instant noodles and other highly processed foods. And now, the FDA is reviewing our country standard for sodium content in foods. I will definitely follow them up on this. And I would like to offer my help in any way I can in informing the public on matters of consumer protection. With this, I fully support the increased budget given to the DTI. This ample budget will help them protect our consumers from any fraud or unfair practices of unscrupulous businessmen. During this time of inflation, every centavo counts for our people who are trying to stretch their income. We're counting on you to ensure that Filipinos' money is well spent. Before I would end my manifestation of support, I only have a few questions. Tumataas na kilay si Senator Mark Villar. Parang nalala ko si Senator Loren kanina eh. No, don't worry. Everything's gonna be all right. I promise you. Meron lang po akong konting katanungan.
Yes, sir.
To our friends sa DTI. They're my friends kasi mababaw lang po ang kaligayahan ni Senator Rafi Tulfo. Pag meron po siyang natanggap na reklamo at umaksyon po doon sa reklamong inilapit niya sa anumang ahensya ng gobyerno, yan po ay malaking kasiyahan para sa kanya. And he will jump in joy. And exactly that's what I did nung makatanggap po ako ng sulat mula sa DTI na instructing FDA to conduct an investigation. Sobrang tuwa ko po noon. And I praise the DTI in high heavens because of that. Thank you. Now, my question. Sir, magpapasko ngayon, at alam naman natin pag Pasko, marami po nangangaroling. Meron nangangaroling na bata, na para magkaroon ng pera. Marami rin pong nangangaroling na mga sindikato. Alam niyo po ba yung sa mall, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, na yung hard selling kung tawagin, na aabangan po yung mga shoppers at mag-aabot po ng isang kaperasong card, scratch card, titingnan kung ikaw ay nanalo. Mag-scratch ka and lo and behold, talaga mananalo ka at all times. At for example, ikaw ay nanalo ng electric fan. Sasabihin, congratulations, you go upstairs to our office, then you will claim your electric fan. Pero pagdating po doon sa opisina, katakot-takot po, left and right, bobombahin po kayo ng sales stock, pressure selling, mula sa iba't ibang kawani ng tanggapan na yon. And before you know it, at the end of the day, after hours and hours of you being bombarded by sales pitch, you will end up shelling out 50,000 pesos. And how do they do it? Well, pressure selling. Bebentahan po kayo ng mas mahal na item. Example, nanalo ka ng electric fan, bebentahan po kayo ng, say, vacuum cleaner. Na yung vacuum cleaner na kapag binili niyo po sa Divisoria ay nagkakahalaga lang po ng 2,000 pesos, pero bebenta po sa inyo ng 50,000 pesos. Now, natural po, hindi niyo po bibili niyan dahil sasabihin niyo, hindi niyo naman gusto ang vacuum cleaner because you went there to buy something and then, inoferan ho kayo ng premyo na nanalo kayo. And ang nangyari po kasi, pinipressure kayo hanggang sa kayo po ay mag-withdraw sa ATM ninyo, and kung kulang pa ho yun, kayo po ay magagamit ng inyong credit card. And pag uwi niyo po ng bahay, sasabihin niyo, I've been had. Hindi ko dapat binili to. Pagbalik niyo po kinabukasan para humingi na lang po ng refund kasi nakita niyo po kayo po ay naloko, o kung tawagin ng iba, sila po ay na-hypnotize daw. Ito pong masakit. No return, no exchange. Ano po yung pwedeng gawin ng DTI tungkol dyan? Dahil ngayon po yung magpapasko, I'm assuming siguro po first week of December, full blast na po yan. Sa ngayon po, nag-start na po sa mga malls. So ano po pwedeng gawin ng DTI para ma-address po yung problemang yan? Karamihan po sa mga bibiktima rito ay mga malilit nating kababayan na pumunta sa mall para mag-shopping but they end up being victimized by these scammers.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that question. And the act that you mentioned constitutes an unfair sales act or practice that is actually punishable under the Consumer Act. The provision covers a transaction wherein the item is sold for a price that is grossly excessive of its true value and or is excessively one-sided in favor of the seller. That being said, the DTI will immediately undertake advocacy activities, and as they partnered with you in the case of the noodles, the DTI is very keen, Mr. President, to partner up again with good senator in heightening awareness of this unconscionable practice. And also, those who are victimized, and at least for the record, everyone, all consumers can know this, is that they may file a consumer complaint with the DTI should something like this happen. Thank you, Mr. President.
And if I may add, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, pwede ho ba maglagay ng hotline ng DTI para tawagan po ng mga nabiktimang consumer o mga nabiktima nitong scam para immediately in 24 hours, agad-agad ma-resolve po yung problema? Is that possible?
Yes, Mr. President. I'd also like to state the hotline is 1384, the DTI.
Is that 24/7?
Yes, it's
24/7?
24/7.
Pakitawagan niyo.
Yes, it's 24/7.
Sige nga, subukan natin. Tawagan niyo.
I know there's a consumer hotline sa DTI. Is that it? what's it called?
1384.
1384.
Pakitawagan niyo. Okay, sige tingnan natin. Kasi nga po, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, maraming beses na ako nag-testing na sinasabing 24/7 hotline ng isang government agency, and when I call that number, wala pong sumasagot, ring ng ring.
Malamig pala, hindi hot. Malamig, hindi hot. Hindi hotline.
Hindi po. Cold hotline.
Code line.
Or deadline.
Deadline.
Also, Mr. President, just for the information of the body, the chamber, there's also an email that the consumers can email to. The email address is consumer care, one word, consumer care @dti.gov.ph.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Pero para sa akin po, mas maganda ma-resolve po agad yung problema kung yan po ay hotline. A live person will be talking to the complainant, and then that person will have to act immediately and call that concerned company being complained para agad-agad po mabigyan ng solusyon yung problema right there and then. As opposed to mag-email and then somebody will screen the email and then it has to be passed to somebody who should do the calling, etc., etc. Humahaba lang po. Whereas kapag hotline po, may makausap na live person and that person can immediately act on it. So mas mabilis po yung resolusyon ng kaso. So hotline po siguro is the best rather than email. Okay. Now, multi-level marketing. Marami po nabibiktima rito. Marami po naloloko. Unfortunately, na meron po ino-offer na product. Pero wag ka, ang likod po nito ay pyramiding. And it's been happening for a long time and it keeps happening again and again and again. Ano po ang pwede magawa ng DTI tungkol dito? Yung bibili ka ng produkto worth say 30,000 pesos at member ka na. Wag ka. Yung 30,000 pesos na package, na membership, na maraming produkto doon, kung yan po ay bibilin mo po sa palengke o sa Divisoria, nagkakahalaga lamang po yan ng 5,000, tumubo na agad ng, magkano sinabi ko kanina? 30?
Sa TV.
O, 5 pesos lang, tumubo na agad ng 25 pesos. And then magpapasapasahan na po yan. Meron pong tinatawag na ano ba yun? Yung level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5.
What is an information campaign?
It is really pyramiding at ang ginagawa po nila para hindi po sila mahabol ng DTI at magiging problema ng SEC is because they said they are selling a product.
Yes, Mr. President, the DTI is also aware of these activities. That's why they have a teleradio show where they utilize the show to create awareness for this multi-level scheme, which we all know we're very familiar. Many people are familiar or have been offered with these multi-level schemes that are actually pyramiding. So, in fact, on September, well, there is what is called the DTI seal of legitimacy, which is given to companies engaged in direct selling and multi-level marketing in accordance with Department Administration Order Number 2109 as year of 2021 as amended. So, aside from utilizing their mediums, radio show, and also social media outlets, they're also giving these seals of approval to give the consumers a signal, an idea of if the multi-level marketing firm is legitimate.
Okay. And I would like to offer my radio show and my YouTube channel to the DTI if they need additional information dissemination about their program. Tumawag lang po kayo sa akin and I would do interview with you guys kung meron po kayong gusto iparating sa publiko.
The DTI, Mr. President, the DTI is very thankful for your support and they look forward to working with you to create awareness with your show, which reaches so many millions of people. So thank you very much, and I'm sure that will go a long way to helping educate our people regarding the multi-level scams that
That's the right word.
that occur.
Exactly. Mr. President and Mr. Chair, yung binigay niyo pong number, tinawagan po ng staff ko. Sabi, sorry, automated voice, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. lang po kami. So hindi po 24/7.
Mr. President, the DTI apologizes, and that will be corrected. Thank you for bringing that to the department's attention.
I told you it's short and sweet. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi po.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague, Senator Tulfo. I believe the Minority Floor Leader also wants to be recognized. We recognize the distinguished Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our subcommittee chairman, before I commence with my interpellation, can I send to the secretary the questions of Senator Risa Ontiveros? So
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Please answer directly to her office, copy furnish the subcommittee our questions. I'll just mention the topics. Her first question is about PITC compliance with COA recommendations on parked funds. Number 2, it's on the IT BPM industry. Number 3, construction industry, skills shortage, compensation, influx of foreign workers. And number 4, her fourth question is about post-pandemic credit problems of MSMEs.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And of course, this representation is fully supportive of the budgets of the trade and industry cluster or family. I used to chair your committee, Mr. Chairman, and the pandemic made us aware of the critical importance of this department. Actually, napakagandang committee po niya na hawak niyo, Mr. Chairman. Ito lang po, so just a few questions on the performance of the SB Corp. We are also tackling the budget of the SB Corp.
Yes,
Yes,
Mr. President, that is correct.
The SB Corp has a corporate operating budget, and then it is asking for subsidy.
1.5, di ba?
Government subsidy of 1.5 billion pesos.
Yes, Mr. President, that is correct. 1.5 billion.
Is this a 1.5 billion pesos so that it can be lent out? Part ito ng loan portfolio of the SB Corp or for some other use?
This is not for operating expenses. This is for lending out, Mr. President, the 1.5 billion.
I have been informed that in your comparative income statement for fiscal year 2023, SB Corp is projected to incur a net loss. Is that correct? So projection ito. So nasa one of the financial statements ng COB nila as projected for 2023. Net loss.
Yes, they're making provisions for an anticipated default ba?
Default relating.
Yeah, they're just making provisions for anticipated potential delayed payments from those firms that were given loans. And these were loans made during the pandemic.
Yeah, but still loans.
Yes.
So ano nangyari kasi when I chaired the Committee on Trade, I conducted some hearings with the SB Corp because of our bill nga on the ano ba yung pondo para sa pagbabago, di ba? So I was given the picture then that SB Corporation was doing very well. The repayment rate, if I remember correctly, more than 90% pa nga. I mean, this is very sad, unexpected, unfortunate news. So ang question ko po, can we be informed of what happened? Why?
Well, unfortunately, Mr. President, due to the circumstances of the COVID, there were a lot of firms that were in distress, and of course, to be more conservative, it was best that the DTI would anticipate possible late payments because of the financial distress that the COVID had caused to these MSMEs. So this is a very unique case, Mr. Senator, brought about
Because of the pandemic.
brought about by the pandemic.
Sige, and hopefully nga when the economy recovers, pero I don't know if the look of the post-pandemic economy will be the same as the pre-pandemic economy. Pwede ring magbago po, no, ang composition ng ating economy. So at any rate, Mr. President, the SB Corp is submitting a copy of its corporate operating budget that will Am I correct, Mr. Chairman, that the SB Corp will submit a copy to the subcommittee or has submitted a copy of its 2023 corporate operating budget?
We will, the DTI will submit, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yeah.
Yes.
Sige, so daanan na lang po namin yun how,
Yes.
on, ano bang technical term yun when you provision for
Provision for losses.
losses or for loan losses? Ano pong specific?
Loan provisioning. Loan provisioning.
Yeah.
Loss provisioning.
Loan loss provisioning.
Loan loss provisions.
loan loss provision.
provisions.
Okay, so yun lang po yung tanong ko kasi medyo iba po yung image na sa mind ko on SB Corp. So, but the Bayanihan 2 gave SB Corp 10 billion yata? 10 billion pesos to
8 billion, Mr. President.
8 billion because 2 billion was for the tourism. Tama ba yan? At alam ko 10 billion sa law, but ganun yata nangyari.
Ayun, tinatanong lang yung 2 billion, if how much?
8 billion out of 10.
8 billion out of 10 was downloaded. The 2 billion was not downloaded.
Was not.
Mr. President.
Okay. Is this the affected amount?
Is this the affected amount?
Lent out na ba yun? Yung 8 billion lent out?
Yes, Mr. President.
And then,
The 8 billion was, yes. And just, actually pre-pandemic, the collection rate was in fact 98%. So you're correct, Mr.
Yan yung
President,
sabi sa
that
akin.
the performance was
yan yung sabi sa akin, that's what
was quite good
I still
before the
remember that.
pandemic.
Ganun nga kataas, but syempre I question everything. So so yun nung narinig ko po yun, medyo I wanted to double check, triple check, pero ito na nga. Now, what's now the collection rate?
80%.
80%. Okay. 80% in spite of the pandemic.
20% with a, yes, 20% default rate
In spite of the pandemic. Okay, so
because of the pandemic.
because of the pandemic. Okay, and they were comparing the same set of borrowers. It's the
Yes.
same set of borrowers performing 98% before the
Yes.
pandemic and now 80%
Yes,
affected
Mr.
by-
President. So it's clear you can see with this trend that there was really a adverse effect of the cause created by the COVID pandemic.
Hindi naman gumalaw. Okay. Tama. Yeah, about the creatives, I think that this is a new law. The Creatives Industry Development Council, not yet found in the NEP. Have we adjusted the GAB in our subcommittee report so that we can accommodate funding for the newly created Creative Industry Development Council?
250, diba? Yes, there was 250 million added in the Malikhaing Pinoy program.
Malikhain Pinoy program.
Yes.
So program pala siya. Program siya? Hindi-
250 po. 250, Mr. President.
Okay, so since that was added in the GAB, that was determined by the House. But that's already, that House proposal already took into consideration inputs from the DTI. Kaya yung 250.
Yes, Mr. President.
250 was the...
Yes,
okay,
Mr.
so,
President.
So
This was,
we will assume that that is the DTI in the Malikhaing Pinoy program
yes.
is already happy and content with the amount of 250
Well,
million.
Mr. President, the actual initial request of the DTI was 1 billion. What was given during the House deliberations was 250 million. So,
Siguro pwede,
of
1
course,
billion for the creatives industry. Okay. Pero the first order of business yata is to convene the council, come up with a plan on how to come up with the creatives industry master plan. Ganun na. So siguro that's the first year and a half of the existence of the council. But just tell us if the 250 million initial funding is sorely lacking given the plans. Who is the point person, Mr. Chairman, of this creatives industry?
The point
Effort.
person is Yusek Fita Aldaba.
Yes, Yusek. Sige. Si Yusek siguro should be the one to tell us kung ano pang wishes ng ating newly created Creative Industries Development Council. Sige. We will support ma'am kasi as I've stated in my sponsorship speech, we are placing our bet, our trust on the creatives industry to be the sector which will bring or revive the Philippine economy back to its vigorous state. So we are here to support. So I'll just keep my my intervention short, Mr. Chairman, because I'm really here to support. So, but I'll take the lead from our subcommittee chair kung ano pa pong pwede natin gawin in the period of amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Supportive of the entire trade and industry family. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the trade and industry family. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we will coordinate with the chamber in order to see how we can further improve the Malikhaing Pinoy program. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may, my distinguished colleagues, I know the majority floor leader still just stepped out, but if I may just make a quick manifestation, it's not a query. We've had a discussion already with Secretary Pascual. He's new to the department, used to be our president in UP. Although I just had some, what you call, unsolicited advice to the secretary, and I'm glad that he's taking it out to heart. During the, and we've had this discussion together with Secretary Mark, you were with me in Europe, and particularly on the issue inflation. When inflationary prices step in, pricing steps in, there are predatory pricing and too much profiteering, it's really the secretary who comes into play there. The secretary shows himself on TV and makes a warning to everyone and says, all those who are doing predatory pricing, profiteering, may araw kayo sa akin. Diba? Kailangan merong parang rapid tool po na idol. Mabait si secretary, mabait yan eh. Hindi ganyan yung karakter niyan. Pero dapat labas niya, kukulong ko kayo, ikakasuhan ko kayo. Because really, they listen when it's the secretary. With due respect to the USECs are doing a wonderful job. I only say this kasi mahal ko kayo. To be honest, just like Senator Coco, I was also the chair of this Trade and Commerce Committee. I was first, and then Coco was second, and you're third, Your Honor, the sponsors, the third chairman in the last few years. So, mahal na mahal ko talaga ang Department of Trade and Industry. As a matter of fact, the Department of Trade and Industry is always one of the top 3 most trusted, if not top 2, most trusted agency of government. I congratulate you for that. You know, if I can, I applaud all of you. Job well done. So we have to continue that thrust. Kasi mahirap naman kung mawawala tayo sa thrust. So yun lamang, Sec, my suggestion to you, Secretary, to my distinguished colleague, is that let's hype up the particularly on inflation. Let's scare these profiteers so that they can keep their pricing affordable, number one. Hindi magkaka-predatory pricing, you take advantage of the poor, lalo na yung mahirap, kawawang-kawawa. Pangalawa, tuloy natin yung former program ni Mon Lopez. Ako, I'm really close to Mon Lopez. We became very, very close to Secretary Lopez. I think he's one of the best secretaries of the Trade and Industry Department it's ever had in a long time. He was a great salesman. But what I liked about him, Secretary, was he was always pushing MSME development. And that's a love of mine and Senator Lauren Legarda. He would always have every week a mentorship program, kapatid program, with the help of Joey Concepcion. But it was very impactful kasi they did it all over the Philippines. You know, General Santos, meron sa Cagayan de Oro, Metro Manila, always, every week yan. And then we'll always have Zoom. During the pandemic, tuloy pa rin yung mentorship. So sana hindi matigil po yan. And you have a very powerful tool, Secretary. This is the SB Corporation. May the head of SB Corporation please stand up. Is he here? And sir, good evening. naniniwala talaga ako sa inyo. You are better than all the other government, financial institutions. Magagalit na sa akin yung schoolmate ko si Cecil Borromeo of Land Bank. But I'll tell you, mas madaling kumuha ng SME loan sa SB Corporation than it is to go to Land Bank or DBP, lalo na DBP. It's now become a commercial bank. With due respect to them, farmers from Bukidnon, nakachinelas, they cannot go to the Land Bank and just ask for a loan or a small business. They will be asked for so many things. Hindi nila mabibigay. SB Corporation, they streamlined the requirements, the processes, and you've fully cashed out everything. Yan ang difference sa inyo eh. Ilalabas nyo lahat. Kaya mahal ko kayo. You guys are doing a great job. So sana tuloy natin yan, Sec. If you need budget for that, you lobby to us, particularly sa SB Corp, para matuloy mo yung MSME programs ninyo. And then, finally, of course, yung investment program that we discussed. I just wanted to put this on record. I just watched a commercial on CNN on Invest in Brazil. Invest Brazil. Sabi ko, wait. I told my wife, don't change the channel. Pinanood ko commercial, how to invest in Brazil, the new laws that were passed, the tax rates and everything, and the office to go to. One-stop shop lang. And they do that in New Zealand, they do that in many countries now. Sana meron din po tayong one-stop shop, Secretary. I know you have a program. I'm not teaching you what to do because you're the Secretary. Mine lang is sana more, I think more visibility in the consciousness of the people. Like we can put, when I went to Thailand one time, ang laki ng booth. It's a big booth and sign. Invest in Thailand, it's their investment office. Kasi there's still like today, I read in the newspapers, PESA daw is going to increase to 7 or 8 new sites. So when you're an investor, who do you talk to? Do you talk to PESA? Do you talk to the BOI? Do you talk to the FIRB? But I know that's just a policy-making body. Do you talk to the DTI? So maganda, Sec, ikaw yung salesman ng bansa. My humble suggestion, sir, is within your power, create na the office, investment office for the Philippines. Kasi sayang po yung pagbenta ni Presidente sa ating bansa na all over. Tapos pag tawag sa amin ng mga investors when I went to the US recently, sabi, where do we go, Migs? Which department do we go to? Ang akin is, let's be more visible. Let's just double up on your programs because I know you have a lot of programs. You have a whole magazine worth of programs. Siguro, maybe you can get a good marketing group to help you market it, social media, online media, and of course, TV and radio. Kasi sayang all our efforts we just came from a European mission. Together with Senator Villar was the part of the Brussels mission. And we invited them to come and invest in the Philippines. So, yun lamang po, Sec. Para may bigay namin ng number ninyo, yung card ng DTI, Invest Philippines, and then you have your booth there, your number, special number, and office. Para sa ganun, one-stop shop na lang. You have our full support, Secretary. I'm not doing this because we're criticizing. No, we're just new. I am a new Senate President. You're a new Secretary. There's a new President. We want to support the President. Let's work together. Okay ba, Sec?
Yeah.
That's the UP way. Maroons. So, let's work together.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your advice is very well taken, and they will continue to enhance projects such as the green lane and green laning for our investors, and we'll make it. We have a program, Make It Happen in the Philippines, for international investment, and we will continue to push this as per your advice, Mr. President, and we'll increase our efforts. And
I
we
also have
appreciate the support.
Thank you, sponsor. I also have some good news. This morning, we tackled the budget of the Ombudsman, and I asked ARTA leadership, Director General Nes Perez, to come because, you know, there's a bit of animosity between the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman called for its abolition and all, and we were able to resolve a lot of things. So now ARTA will now complement the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman is the big brother, and ARTA will continue its job to push for the ease of doing business, because you need that, Secretary. We can't sell the country if we have no ease of doing business. No one will come if there's no ease of doing business. So we did that first step today, just to let you know, Sec. So at least when you talk to the ARTA and the Anti-Red Tape Group, tuloy po ang capacity building of LGUs and training. Para sa ganun, may tuloy po natin yung ease of doing business. So, yun lamang po. We'd like to recognize our distinguished Senate President Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's early in the morning. I was not going to ask any question or even make a manifestation. We're all very tired. We've been working for 15 hours. However, since you mentioned MSME, and that's the spark that caused me to make a manifestation, no longer a long question. I really want to see the Department of Trade and Industry do more projects, programs, and continue already existing programs to promote MSMEs, especially those that died, deteriorated, or are on survival mode during the pandemic. You have many existing programs from before. I'm not sure if it's funded now, like OTOP, like your National Arts and Crafts Fair, which was not funded during pandemic, which I'm amending again in the budget so that you can have your MSMEs all over the country. You have your regional trade fairs, which I continue to support. So, as principal author in 2007 of the amendments to the MSME law, because remember, it was only small and medium, but the micro enterprises, that's the backbone of our economy. I don't have to dictate that. Everybody, Bless knows that, everybody there knows that. So let's continue to hold their hand and shepherd them, especially those who have suffered during the pandemic. I hope that all your programs continue and you can innovate and have more programs to help in our MSMEs. And I know whereof I speak, coming from local. I've seen how during the 3 years of the pandemic, the golden age of Antique happened. How? By giving them DTI shared services facilities. Far from perfect, because to build capacity of local people, including rural folks and indigenous people, it's not easy. From central, from the Manila to regional, to province, and then to the barangay, sometimes when it gets to them, they don't even know how to operate the machines. That's why it's important that we shepherd the process, that we really give them what they need and teach them. And we want to measure how before and after we have given them the government intervention for MSME development. How many jobs did it create? What kind of income did it create for them and the community and the family, etc.? SSF is just one of the many programs. There are other MSME programs in other agencies of government, but DTI is a lead agency of the amendments to the MSME law of 2007. Another, Mr. President, very important law, which I principally authored in 2019 when I left the Senate, which you all unanimously and co-authored as well, is the Innovation Act. I would like to know, just one short question, did you finally fund it in the NEP? Because this was 2019. The reason to me in 2020 was pandemic Hindi na pondohan. Siguro naman napondohan nyo ngayon yung Innovation Act that was sponsored by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. We authored that and there were many co-authors. Innovation is the present and the future, and the MSMEs of our country will greatly benefit from the Innovation Act. I hope that the DTI is aware that they are the main agency along with NEDA for the Secretariat of the Innovation Act. Sayang naman po pag hindi natin gawin ang mga batas na ginagawa po natin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. There is a budget for that, but it was given to the NEDA. It's a budget for 1 billion. Given to the NEDA.
It was given to NEDA, and but under the law, the DTI and the NEDA co-chair, I believe, the Secretariat or a council, the Innovation Council. So I would like to see, and I'm sure the Secretary whom I talked about, when we talked about resilience and DRR 10 years ago when he was UP President, we were on the same page. I am certain that Secretary Pascual would understand, read the law, and find out from your USECs, they know what the Innovation Act is so that we can see a very active DTI along with NEDA moving that newly created Innovation Council. So those are just those are my two major concerns: the promotions and the effective implementation of the MSME law, the driver of our economy, and the implementation of a 3-year-old law which was never implemented yet, but hopefully with NEDA, with your partnership, because that is what the law dictates, that you can please initiate the implementation of the Innovation Act. I will no longer ask any question. May I just hear from the DTI, from the Secretary,
About to close the.
what else will he do, or will the DTI do, to propel our MSMEs to continue to be the drivers of the economy? And what else will the DTI do to help implement the Innovation Act, a new law?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The DTI, of course, will continuously push for the implementation of the Innovation Act, being a member of the Innovation Board, among other agencies. So we will the DTI will definitely push for the implementation of that very important law. With regards to the MSMEs,
Innovation is what we bring here.
Yeah. In fact, just to go into some specifics, there are regional inclusive innovation centers, which are virtual and physical platforms, and there are already 10 of them. Actually, 11. There are actually 11 of these nationwide. And they are virtual physical platforms for collaborative programs to generate product, process, or service innovations that are deemed important to enhance the productivity and competitiveness of regions.
That's interesting. Thank you. I will not take the time now, since it's past 12 midnight, but I would like to know more eventually in the coming days of the regional innovation councils, and good that it is virtual so that we lessen our carbon footprint, so that even those in the provinces don't need to come to the major cities and the regions, or even to Metro Manila, to be able to access the assistance that we can give to MSMEs.
Yes, Madam President, the DTI will work with your office to further support the MSMEs in our country. We are one in this cause, and we will submit updates to your office so that you know all the specifics of the programs that the DTI is currently implementing.
May I also make a suggestion, sana, Sec, if as may distinguished sponsor, that ituloy na sana nila yung Kapatid program, the mentorship program. Sana matuloy natin yan. Maybe you don't have to call it Kapatid program because it's the previous administration. Baka you can call it Kuya program. Kasi
Yes.
bakit? Si Kuya Bongbong, Kuya Presidente. Di ba? Huwag naman,
Yes, Mr. President. It is ongoing and it will continue.
It's ongoing.
Yes,
The
it's
mentorship
ongoing now.
program.
Yes.
So I don't see it anymore that much. So
Yes.
please do, Secretary, because it's really sought after. People always email us asking if we still are continuing the Kapatid program.
Yes, in fact, from 2016 to October of 2022, a total of 449 mentoring runs were launched, with a total of 12,760 mentees, of which 11,901 have graduated.
When was that? From the period of?
From the period of 2016 to October of 2022.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But that was the previous administration.
Yes.
That's why there are so many people that went through that.
Yes,
Maybe
but
we can
it's
start doing
continuing.
it.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
let's start doing it for this. If it ain't broke, let's not fix it. It's doing very well. Very popular, Secretary. Very, very popular. I think we should continue that. That's my humble request to the department. So there are no other questions. May we ask the Senate President Pro Tem? The Senate President Pro Tem to make the motion? The important motion to approve the budget deemed submitted?
Yes, no more questions. Of course, we're very supportive of the budget of the DTI. We therefore move for the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies to be submitted.
Yes, with the permission of the Majority Floor Leader, because I know he's having dinner. He's only having dinner at 12:21 in the morning.
Yeah.
So there being no objection, and all the attached agencies, if I may read.
Siya na.
Department, it's the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry. Did the sponsor mention the amounts? Distinguished sponsor? distinguished sponsor, Senator Mark, you already mentioned the amounts, right, of the department and its
Yes,
attachments
yes, we mentioned.
earlier. Okay. So the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, Office of the Secretary, Board of Investments, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, Design Center of the Philippines, Philippine Trade Training Center, Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions, and my favorite, the Small Business Corporation is deemed submitted. Congratulations, gentlemen and ladies. 1 minute suspension.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of local water utilities administration. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the budget, no other than the distinguished Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar. I so move, Mr. President.
May we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I present to this august body the proposed budget of the Local Water Utilities Administration for the fiscal year of 2023 in the amount of 16,396,000. Based on the committee report, there's no change of the budget in the Senate version to the 2023 GAB and GAB to NEP. I'm ready to accept questions from our distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague. First to ask question is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Sa aking mahal na kapatid, adopted son of Mindanao, and of course the gentleman from Bicol, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Pinunong Mayorya, at sa atin pong mahal na Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat po. Isang magandang gabi po sa ating chairman. Ang akin pong, magandang umaga na po pala. Sa atin pong kabatch ko na Senator Villar. Isang magandang umaga po sa luwa. Ako po ay hindi ko na po masyadong pahabain pa dahil sinabi na po ng ating Pinunong Mayorya, umaga na. Total, naitanong ko na rin po ito paulit-ulit na sa atin pong mga hearing. Gusto ko lamang pong magpaalala. Kasi katulad po, galing po kanina kami sa meeting po namin sa BARM, napakagaganda po ng pangako ng kapayapaan sa BARM. Ganon din po ang pagmamahal na pinakita ng ating Senate President at ganon din po ang Speaker of the House. Ganon din po ang ating mahal na Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Napakaganda po ng suporta nila sa BARM. At napakadami pong batas na nanggaling dito sa Senado para po sa Marawi Rehabilitation. Ang kulang na lang po talaga, ayoko na po maging paulit-ulit. Ayoko na rin makipag-away pa ng ganitong oras. No, medyo gusto ko lamang pong sabihin sa inyo, sana po next year makita na po namin ang tubig sa Marawi. Yun lang po ang pakiusap namin. Hindi na po ako magpapahaba-haba pa, paligoy-ligoy pa. Kung gusto po natin talaga na makamit yung kapayapaan, tubig lang po. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, mahal na taga-Pangulo. Hindi na po ako magtatanong para sa ampa. O, ano lang po talaga, hinihingi ko na lang po yung inyong word of honor na next year, may tubig na po. Inshallah.
Yes, Mr. President, magbibigay po ang luwan ng update sa mga accomplishments sa Marawi City, at ito po ay sasabit namin sa inyong opisina. And committed kami na magkaroon ng tubig sa Marawi uli. Kami po ay nakikisa sa inyong layunin.
Maraming salamat po, Kabats. Maraming salamat po sa luwa. Ginoong Mayorya at mahal na Pangulo, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the distinguished gentleman from the province of Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija. Mr. President,
Manifestation.
just a short manifestation, Mr. President, on the part of our minority leader. May I move that he be recognized, Senator Coco Pimentel.
The distinguished gentleman from the city of Cagayan de Oro and the former Senate President is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairman, the LUA, OIC, and our delegation visited me in the office kanina just to point out the meager budget being given to them under the 2023 proposed budget. So siguro ganito na lang po, if we can ask them for their budget augmentation requests, lists, and then as well as a copy of their corporate operating budget. And then we'll try our best kung paano po tayo makakatulong. I noticed the big drop from the government subsidy under this year's budget compared to the 2023. So we are here to help you, ma'am, and the entire Lua family. So, but I will follow the guidance of our chairman. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. The LUA will submit its proposal.
Thank you, Mr. President. There being no member who wish to interpolate and ask questions on the budget of LUA, I move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget of LUA be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion of the majority floor leader, I think it's important really to stress, and I agree with the former Senate President and Minority Leader, that LUA plays a very important role in giving potable, affordable water all over the country. Sa amin sa Bukidnon, puro LUA run yan. And so, we salute you for your service, ladies and gentlemen. Keep up the good work. I know you have such a small budget. I couldn't believe it when my sergeant at times told me how much your budget was. Sabi ko, ano? Pinahirapan natin katakot-takot, ang lilit pala ng budget niya. Kailangan dagdagan natin ang budget niyan.
15 million.
I put dagdagan natin yung budget niyan. So, with that...
For the previous question,
Yes.
Mr. President, but
No other members?
the sponsor also would like to put in more funds for their budget, Mr. President.
As a PPP.
Just kidding, Mr. President. Move for the previous question, Mr. President.
Therefore, there being no other member that would like to ask any questions, the budget and the motion of the majority floor leader has not been objected to. The budget of the Local Water Utilities Administration is deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for a minute suspension, Mr. President, to allow the DOT family to
Session
proceed to
suspended.
the gallery. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I now move that we consider the budget of Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions on the budget of Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority with a total budget of 46,283,000. And so, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority. I so move, Mr. President.
And move deemed submitted.
And be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you.
So,
There being no objection to the motion, the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority is deemed submitted.
yes, Mr. President, and I'd like to put on record that the leadership of APECO are all present here in this August chamber. Mr. President, at this juncture, I now move that we consider the budget of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies, Mr. President. The Office of the Secretary, Tourism Infrastructure, and the Enterprise Zone Authority. Mr. President, that's it. I so move, Mr. President.
If there be no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the budget, no other than the distinguished lady from the city of Makati and the future mayor of Makati, Senator Mayor Nancy Binay. I so move, Mr. President.
Well, I can't wait to see that happen. Of course, currently our chairperson of the Committee of Tourism,
Huhulihin ka na.
chairperson of the Committee on Accounts, and the most important, she's also the chairperson of the Committee on Ethics, who can sue all of us. So we'd like to recognize the distinguished lady from Makati, Senator Nancy Binay.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor to present to the body the budget of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies and corporation. The proposed appropriations for the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies and corporation under Senate Finance Committee report on House Bill number 4488, or the fiscal year 2023 General Appropriations Bill, is 3.759,252 billion. The proposed appropriations is distributed as follows. Department of Tourism proper, for the Office of the Secretary, 3,320,803,000. For the Intramuros Administration, 91,730,000. For the National Parks Development Committee, 223,543,000. And for the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving, 9,530,000. And under the budgetary support for government corporations, 113,646,000 for the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority. The proposed 2023 appropriations of the Intramuros Administration, the National Park Development Committee, and the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving were deemed submitted for the consideration of the body last November 10, 2022. With that, Mr. President, we are ready to entertain questions from our colleagues.
Thank you, distinguished colleague, chairperson of Subcommittee Chairperson Nancy Binay. Mr. President, first to ask a question is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Isabela and Davao.
Yes.
No other than our idol, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Yes,
President.
the reason why there is Davao, because he grew up in Davao. I know their father was a PC colonel at the time, was stationed in Davao for a long time.
Wow.
And therefore, he also knows how to speak Bisaya. actually.
Yes, yes, I do.
The
May
good
May
gentleman is recognized.
Dagang salamat.
Dagang salamat, Jude, Mr. President. I will issue my manifestation of support for the budget of DOT. Good morning, Mr. President and sponsor of this committee report, Senator Nancy Binay, and to my dear colleagues who are still present and working here at the plenary hall at this hour, a fresh new day, November 16, 2022. Good morning to all. There's no question, no doubt, and no contest that the Philippines is one of the world's leading tourist destinations. Just yesterday, news came out that the Philippines bagged the title as 2022's world's leading beach destination at the 29th World Travel Awards. The first time the country bagged the top spot, besting other nominees like Jamaica, Maldives, Thailand, Santa Monica, Mexico, and even Galapagos Island. In addition, the Philippines was also hailed as the world's leading dive destination for the fourth consecutive year. These accolades, in addition to similar recognitions our country has received in the past, inspire us and give us even more reason to support not only the budget of the Department of Tourism, but most importantly, its projects and programs, especially during the post-pandemic era. The tourism industry was probably the most directly hit sector of our economy during the pandemic. Hence, it is crucial that their rehabilitation and recovery program should be given priority. In fact, if we can increase their budget more, this would be an enormous help to those who lost their jobs and businesses. Focus should be given to providing aid to travel agencies and tour guides who failed to earn income for the past 2 years. We must extend sufficient financial aid and credit facilities to small and medium business enterprises such as hotels and other entities offering tourism-related services. With that, my dear colleagues, I would like to reiterate my full support to the Department of Tourism, and I wish you the best of luck. And before I end this support, I just have a few questions. Actually, it's not a question, it's a suggestion. Napansin ko po, pagpasok po natin ng, although, again, gusto kong klaruhin na baka magkaroon tayo ng misunderstanding dito. Ito mga suggestion ko, hindi na po ito responsibility ng Department of Tourism. Maybe CAAP, maybe DOTR, maybe DOH, I don't know. Pero my suggestion is, kausapin niyo po sila, makipag-coordinate kayo sa kanila kasi apektado po yung ating tourism industry. Para hindi po ako ma-charge ng plagiarism, gagamitin ko yung anti-tourism measure mula po kay Senator Coco Pimentel. ATM in short. Tama ba, Senator Coco? Tama nga naman. Kasi nga po, unang-una, yung QR code. Yung QR code po, anti-tourism measure po yan. Napaka-inutil at stupid po yung QR code na yan. Ano pa ba ibang term dyan sa QR code? One Health F Pass.
Wala na.
That is so useless. Para saan yun? Tayo lang nag-require niyan. Sa ibang bansa, you don't need that. Bakit kinakailangan tayo magsasabit ng One Health Pass? Para pumasok sa sarili nating bayan? At pagdating po dito sa airport, kinakailangan natin pumila pagkahaba-haba. Ang daming dadaan ng proseso. Naka-turn off po yan sa mga turista natin. Bakit po meron pa yung One Health Pass? Baka pwede na pong sibakin ang inutil na dokumentong iyan. I know, hindi po ito trabaho, responsibilidad ng DOH, pero baka pwede po, ng DOT, baka pwede pong kausapin po ninyo ang DOH o DOTR o kung sino man pong ahensya ng gobyerno na pwede makatulong sa inyo para itong problemang ito ay ma-address. Number 2, I was in Europe recently and ilang bansa po sa Europe ang napuntahan ko, walang sumusuot po ng face mask. Kapag nagsuot ka po doon ng face mask, iisipin nila may sakit ka, may trangkaso ka, o may COVID ka. Iiwasan ka nila. Ang tanong, bakit sa Pilipinas hanggang ngayon, halos lahat ng Pilipino nagpe-face mask pa rin? Turn off po yan sa mga turista. Pagpasok nila sa airport, nakita nila lahat naka-face mask. So, ano pong reaksyon ng mga turista? Bakit? Ano nangyari? Hanggang ngayon ba marami pang COVID sa Pilipinas? That's why they're still wearing face masks? Number 3. Ito po. While I was in Europe in one of a hotel that we stayed, doon po sa isang elevator, pababa, narinig ko po namin yung isa pong magkaibigan turista na pinipintasan po yung experience nila sa Cebu. Na na-delayed po yung kanilang flight na pagkatagal-tagal at nakita po nila yung pong mga pasahero na ilang oras na po siguro, baka 10 hours na po na delayed at kasama po sila na nakahiga na po sa sahig. Yung iba pa po nakatambay na sa CR. At sabi nila, hindi na po sila babalik sa Pilipinas. So hindi ko po alam kung ito ba'y CAAP o DOTR na kailangan nyo pong kausapin. Ano pong reaksyon nyo dito, Madam Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. President. Siguro dun sa una nyo nabanggit, yung patukoy ho dun sa One Health Pass. Wala na ho itong One Health Pass. Pinalitan na po ito ng e-arrival pass. Ang nakakalungkot lang ho ay yung Bureau of Quarantine, hindi pa rin ho nila tinatanggal yung napakapangit nilang booth sa airport.
So bakit meron pa rin pong e-pass? Ano ba yung e-pass na yan? Bakit kinakailangan pa rin yan? Samantalang sa ibang bansa, wala na pong yan. Wala nang gumagawa ng ganon. Bukod pangit tayo na lamang.
Meron ho talagang arrival card. Di ba dati ko natatandaan nyo, meron ho tayong fill up pag dumadating ho tayo sa bansa.
Alright.
So medyo nag-level up na kasi electronic na ho to. Ang option nyo is either you do it before you board the plane or upon arrival, pwede nyo din i-complete tong e-arrival pass.
Madam Chair, this was just a couple of weeks ago when I came from Europe at meron pa rin po yung One Health Pass. This was only 2 weeks ago.
Ano lang ho to eh. Kailan ba tayo dumating?
Last week?
November 3.
November 3.
I think November 3 na implement ho yung
November 5?
e-arrival.
November 5 po kami dumating at meron pa rin pong One Health Pass.
Actually, Mr. President, siguro na-confuse lang ho kayo kasi yung website na papasukan nyo, One Health Pass pa din. But when you enter the site, nag-change na siya to
No po, Madam Chairman.
arrival.
Kasi doon sa Europe, nung papunta kami rito, doon sa counter, hiningan po kami ng One Health Pass. Nung wala po mapakitang isa sa amin, mukhang na-hold po kami. At nagdidelikado pa na hindi matutuloy ang biyahe namin kasi ayaw naman namin iwanan yung kasama namin. That's a One Health Pass na yan. Nasabi ko nga po, napaka-inutil, napaka-stupido ng Health Pass na yan. Sorry po for the word.
Actually, Mr. President, tayo po din ay dumating nung November 3. I think meron pang confusion and kulang pa din sa dissemination of information na wala ng One Health Pass. Kasi kahit ako, naririnig ko yung nasa harap ko na nag-check-in, yung in charge, hinihingan niya ng One Health Pass. Kaya kailangan kong sabihan yung tao na, in the Philippines, we don't already require One Health Pass. We already change it to e-arrival. And then nakwento pa nga nila na alam niyo ho ba, ang masakla pa, maraming naloko itong One Health Pass. Apparently, may nag-create ng fake site na kailangan mo magbayad ng $75. At nakwento niya ho sa atin na marami tayong kababayan na naloko at nagbayad ng $75 considering na free naman tong One Health Pass.
Okay.
Pero hindi ho yan kasalanan ng DOT because
I know. Sinabi ko kanina.
this was required by IATF.
No, sinabi ko kanina na walang kinalaman DOT rito, pero pwede nilang kausapin yung mga agency na responsible, makipag-ugnayan sila para ma-solve itong ganitong klaseng problema. Okay.
Actually, Mr. President, ginagaya lang din po nila yung sa Singapore. Di ba, pag pumupunta tayo sa Singapore, nire-require din nila na mag-submit tayo ng parang e-arrival. Ang difference lang sa kanila, very convenient pag-land natin sa Singapore kasi in place yung kung saan itatag yung QR code mo. Unlike here, pupunta ka pa dun sa hindi masyadong magandang booth ng Bureau of Quarantine para lang matag yung QR code.
Okay. And second po, doon po sa face mask na nakaka-turn off po pagdating sa airport. Halos lahat ng mga kawani doon sa airport naka-face mask at pumunta ho kayo sa mga airport sa iba't ibang lugar, sa Europe, sa Amerika. Wala na po nagpe-face mask doon sa mga airport, sa mga kawani.
Yes, but actually, yung as of September 12 po, ang pagsusuot ng face mask, tama ba? signed Executive Order number 3, making mask wearing outdoors optional. And on October 28 naman po, the President signed Executive Order number 7, making mask wearing indoors voluntary.
Okay.
So, ito hong mga kababayan natin sa airport, I guess to protect themselves, tinutuloy pa rin ho nila yung pagsuot ng face
So,
mask.
voluntary optional.
Mr. President, point of information, in Singapore and Thailand, they have a similar mandate, no? Parang and outdoor. In fact, Singapore, indoor and outdoor are no mask requirement. But in the restaurants, in the airport, nakamask sila. I think it's an Asian thing. We're very careful. I personally think it's a human right. If they want to choose to wear their mask, they can.
I know,
And
yeah,
I
it's a
don't
human...
think it should be a burden. No, they should be able to. It's their choice.
I know.
Should not be. I do not believe, having represented the health sector for many years, I don't think that we should consider it, and I don't think it's the burden of DOT to come up with a plan to have our people who are seen in the airport or in the tourist industry take off their masks. I believe that's their choice. I would prefer to wear a mask. I only take it off kung malalayo ako sa mga tao. So I'm just stating my opinion because I will defend the DOH budget. So His Honor can also direct the questions to DOH, no, when we defend. But I think it helps us prevent the spread if people will choose to wear it, Your Honors.
I'm not saying, Senator Pia Cayetano, na it has to be mandatory na that they don't wear face mask. And I understand, tama po kayo, and I appreciate that, na voluntary po yan. However, what I'm telling you is, pag dumating po yung mga turista, medyo nakaka-turn off po yan. This is just my comment pertaining to that matter. I'm not telling na yung mga taong sa airport kailangan alisin na nilang face mask because that's their right. Kahit na kahit na meron na pong order na wala ng face mask, kailangan suotin sa loob ng airport, but still, they still have the right to wear face mask.
Yun din po kinaklarify ko.
Exactly.
There might be the
That's exactly what I'm saying. Hindi na po ako naintindihan. Hindi po. Hindi po.
Kaya mabuting clarify nyo na parang sinasabi nyo na may
Hindi po. Ang sinasabi ko po, naka-turn off po. No, ang sinasabi ko po, naka-turn off po yun. Na baka pwede pong gumawa po ng pag-uusap ang DOH, ang tourism, kung ano po yung nababagay para naman po sa isang situation tulad natin na nangangailangan po tayo ng mga turista papasok na ating bansa. But I did not say na kailangan obligahin po natin yung mga kawani natin sa airport na wag na pong magsuot ng face mask. I didn't say that. Don't put words into my mouth.
I'm not. I'm just making it clear na human right ng mga kababayan
Exactly.
to keep their mask.
If you're concerned about human rights of people, I'm also concerned about human rights. Especially I've been working with OFWs and mga manggagawa natin for several years, and I've been protecting their rights.
And the point of order I was making, Your Honor, is that in Singapore and Thailand, at least those two countries I've visited recently.
Well, I've visited Europe and United States at wala po na silang mga face mask.
And
So,
he did not question Europe po. Nanggaling nga ako doon.
and then I'm not questioning Hong Kong and Singapore.
May I ask for a 1-minute suspension of the session? Please proceed, Senator Tulfo.
Okay na
Mr.
po kami.
President?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, siguro just to add, baka there's a need for all the other agencies, baka DOT can take the lead, na sabihan din ho itong mga airlines na optional na ho yung pagsuot ng mask. Siguro just to share my experience, nung nagland ho yung aeroplano namin nung November 3, pinagsabihan ho kami ng stewardess na kailangan magsuot ng mask paglabas ng aeroplano, which hindi na naman kailangan.
Alright, gusto ko lang po linawin again for the end time. Alam ko po, hindi po responsibility ito ng DOT, itong mga pinagsasabi ko. It's only a comment and suggestion na baka pwede sila makipag-coordinate sa proper agency na ma-address po itong problemang ito. Dahil, sabi nga po ni Senator Coco Pimentel, ATM, anti-tourism measure, na nakaka-turn off po sa mga turista. Okay, and last...
Yung sa last point nyo, yung third nyo, yung tungkol dun sa DOTR. Siguro just to share another, horrible experience. Yung mismong Senate President po natin nag-intay ng 3 oras sa tarmac at hindi makalabas ng eroplano dito sa NAIA. Kaya nga napaka-importante na may convergence ang DOTR, ang DOT, because
CAAP as well,
CAAP, MIA, and all the other bodies na in charge dun sa airport, dahil alam naman ho natin na yung mga airports natin, ang gateway. Di ba pag nagkaroon ho sila ng hindi magandang experience sa airport, mata-turn off na kaagad itong mga turista natin at baka hindi na ho sila bumalik.
Okay. At saka yung mga turista po natin, pagdating po ng Maynila, hindi naman po talaga Maynila ang target nila. Mostly, they go to the provinces like Boracay, Calibo Aklan, Cebu, Palawan, Davao, Negros, etc. Now, ang nagkakaproblema po rito, yung pong delayed sa mga flights na nakaka-turn off po sa mga turista na mag-aantay sila for so many hours delayed.
In fact nga po, Mr. President, bukas sa budget po ng DOTR, itatanong din ho nga natin kung, alam nyo, di ba sa airport, paglilipat kayo ng ibang terminal, hindi naman kayo lumalabas ng airport to go to that terminal. Unlike ho sa atin, di ba, dadaan sa traffic bago makalipat ng terminal, lalong-lalo na yung magkukuha lang ng connecting flight either to Cebu or to Boracay. So isa ho yan dun sa itatanong natin sa DOTR bukas sa budget nila, yung kung paano, kung may ease in doing business, dapat meron din ease dun sa ating ease in traveling. Baka kailangan meron din ho tayong ganong gagawin. In fact, meron na ho palang magkakaroon na ng MOA between DOT and DOTR. Pagdating ho dun sa gateway access improvement to enhance tourist experience.
Okay, and last, nakausap ko na po ang DOT, ang CAAP tungkol dito, and they're gonna do something about it. At ito po yung nakaka-turn off din sa mga turista. Like I said earlier, when tourists come over to the Philippines, hindi naman po ang target nila is Manila, no po. They go to the provinces. And doon pa nagkakaproblema yung delayed flights papuntang probinsya o pagdating po ng probinsya, lilipat sila ng another flight going to another town or city. Pag nagkaroon po ng delayed na flights, say umaabot na po ng 8 hours, 10 hours na yung pong mga pasahero, kasama na po yung mga turista, foreign tourists, na nakalatag na po yung kanilang mga tuwalya dyan, nakahiga na po sa sahig, at wala man lang pong nag-aasikaso ng mga taga-CAAP o yung mga agent ng airlines. Samantalang pag sa ibang bansa po, pag na-delay na by 6 hours lang or 5 hours, nagbibigay na po ng merienda, meron na po nag-aasikaso at meron na po kumakausap doon sa mga naantala ng mga pasahero, whereas dito wala po. So again, turn off po yan sa mga turista. Kapag nakita nila po yan, na-experience nila yan, i-compare nila yan sa kanilang bansa, and then yan po pagdating ng kanilang bansa, ichichismis po nila yan na ganun para sa Pilipinas. Yun po yung point ko. Again, walang kinalaman po dito ng DOT. Pwede niyo po siguro kausapin ng DOT at tungkol sa problema ito.
Siguro ho, para
And CAAP.
makatulong yung DOT, magtatayo ho sila ng tourism assistance booth sa ating mga airport to provide assistance and information dun sa mga turista na matatagalan yung na nade-delay yung kanilang mga flight.
Okay. So that's all, Madam Chair and Mr. President, and good luck to our Department of Tourism, the Secretary, and all the people behind the DOT. You're doing a good job. So far, so good. Keep it up. Mabuhay, magandang gabi, Mr. President. Magandang umaga. At siya nga pala, kay Senator Pia Cayetano, Madam, pasensya ka na kanina. Medyo pareho lang tayong pagod. I'm so sorry. I love you. God bless.
Oh, very good.
Love,
very
love,
good.
love na.
Very good. We'd like to thank you very much, Senator Tulfo. Idol, salamat. At our distinguished colleague from the great province of Cavite is recognized, Senator Bong Revilla.
Mr. President, I manifest my full support to the department. We know how much the tourism industry suffered during the pandemic. Isa sila sa mga sektor na labis na pinadapa ng pandemya. Now that we are jump-starting our economy back, we should put budgetary priority on how the government can help them to get back on their feet. Ang turismo ay trabaho. Binibigyan nito ang mga negosyo maliit man o malaki, ang mga kababayan natin ng pangkabuhayan. Ang suporta sa sektor na ito ay suporta sa buhay ng mga nakadepende dito. I thus express my full support for the swift approval of their 2023 budget. At isa lang po ang katanungan ko, Mr. President. It's already 1:18. Hindi pa ba tayo uuwi in the morning? So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator
Pia Cayetano.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
She will recognize.
Mr. President, I wasn't going to ask any question, but I promise that the chairwoman and the secretary will be happy with my question. Promise. How much do other countries, like the other ASEAN countries, spend in terms of percentage for tourism compared to us? In percentages, no, I mean, I don't need any.
Actually, Mr. President, the other
Sandali lang. Majority Floor Leader, Senator Revilla, Senator Villar, makinig kayo sa sagot na to kasi tutulungan nyo ang Secretary of Tourism at ang chairman natin madagdagan ng budget. Makinig kayo.
Mr. President, yung ibang bansa po, they spend 47%.
O yan na, 47% of what?
Of their national
Of their budget.
Average po yun. Tayo po ay 0.0063 of our...
Masyadong malaki yata, 47%. That's bigger than the national defense budget and all. Maybe 10% of the budget? Parang malaki yata, masyadong 47%. 47.
ASEAN? Like Thailand? Kasi pag nakita mo, di ba, they're so very, how do I say it, very clear, no? Yung kanilang
Ito,
tourism priorities.
Magkano yung pesos yun? Yeah, kasi for example, Indonesia,
O yan, let's hear the figures.
37 billion.
37 billion.
Tayo, 3 billion.
O, yun.
37
that's a
billion pesos, equivalent to pesos.
Yes.
So probably that's, if they have a
7 billion.
5 trillion budget, that's only less than 10%. So
But in terms of comparison of the raw
6%.
numbers,
yan na.
it's like 37 billion versus 3 billion.
Yes. Tama.
In Indonesia ba? Indonesia ba yun? That was Indonesia? Okay. Do you have one more?
Malaysia, 20 billion
Pesos. Versus our 3 billion.
Yeah.
Okay. So that gives us an idea, Your Honors, Mr. President, how much the other countries spend. Yun lang. Thank you.
And you can see it, Your Honors. No?
You
if I
can
may
see
add, if I may add to the discussion, gentlemen and ladies, one thing that they spend a lot is international marketing. I see when you watch CNN, Turkish Air promotes Turkey. I was mentioning that earlier to Senator Cayetano. Then you have Invest Brazil in CNN. And then you have Thailand, the commercials for Thailand and other countries. Even African countries now are putting out ads in CNN. So maybe we could suggest to the Secretary, I know your budget is limited. Let's find a way to augment your budget, if not this year, next year, for international advertising. Let's prepare muna the infrastructure.
Maybe we can
Yeah,
ask, Your Honor, if there is a budget for international advertising? Would
The distinguished sponsor know if we have budget for international advertising? I remember before in London, they used to put Wow Philippines on the side of the London
the
bus.
buses, yes.
On the buses?
And the taxis also yata.
Yes.
And meron din ho tayong nilalagay dun sa Waterloo Station
Yes.
during the World Travel March.
So do we have a budget for that this year?
For the marketing, it's 1.1 billion pesos. Okay. 1.1 billion
Maybe
pesos.
at some point, the chairman can kahit pahabol na lang just share with us in the lounge tomorrow how much is it to place an ad in, like sabi niyo nga, Mr. President, sa CNN. No?
CNN.
Out of curiosity, baka yung 1 billion na yun, isang linggo lang yun, ubus na yun.
Oo nga eh.
Hindi natin alam.
Dollars yung bayad.
Kasi ita-target nyo pa yun, di ba? Like, you're probably, maybe or maybe not just targeting Asia. You might be targeting European countries.
Kaya nga ako parang they also try to use social media.
Yes, like our guests, Your Honor, your guest
The other day. Becoming
Diba?
Filipino.
Engage yung mga vloggers that can promote the Philippines.
Thank you, Your Honors.
So, also, is it no other member wishes to interpolate anymore? I
Yeah,
just
Mr.
want to
President, may I just, the minority leader would like to make a manifestation, Mr. President. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes,
Minority
Mr. President,
Coalition.
thank you. Just a manifestation that the minority joins the majority in the support for the budgets of the tourism sector or tourism family. So, but in the interest of full transparency, may I just ask that all the GOCCs attached to the Department of Tourism, I think binilang na namin ni Madam Chairwoman yan, around 5 of them, submit their corporate operating budgets just for full transparency. Mapag-aralan din po namin. Sige, okay, so good luck to all of you. Hindi na ako magsalita dahil napakaganda na po nung mga pledges of support na sinabi po ng ating mga magigiting na kasama rito po sa Senado. So we are here to help.
Mr. President, more than a month ago, I was in Turkey, Mr. President, and I was surprised that they have 11 million tourists a year, Mr. President. And we're not shooting for the stars. We're not shooting for what France is experiencing, having 70 million tourists a year. But remember, Mr. President, one foreign tourist can actually or easily produce at least 5 jobs, direct and indirect jobs. So could just imagine how it would help our economy and our people. So we are all here to support the department and its attached agencies. And so I move, Mr. President, that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget of the Department of Tourism Office of the Secretary be deemed submitted for the bodies.
Before I move,
Entiesa, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I just want to put on record so that the Secretary will listen, will hear, together with the other members of the agency. It's also really just an imaging problem of our country. Our country has one of the best islands in the world. We were just voted as the #1 island destination of the world. Congratulations to the DOT family and to our country. But we have to put that, we have to put now a proper perspective that with that moniker, we have to get more tourists here. So we'll support your multi-sector effort, particularly with the DOTR. Tomorrow, the DOTR family will be here. I'll give you, I promise you, we will ask Secretary Bautista why we have to wait in the tarmac for 3 hours every time we come home, or 2 hours. Senator JV also was in the same boat. And nakauwi na po ako ng Cagayan de Oro and back with the 3 hours wait time. Pero ang punto ko dyan, Your Honors, and when I found out, apparently, 7 of the bays, the tubes are busted. So we have to start repairing them so that we don't have these delays. So the soonest possible time, if you can have the meeting with the DOTR, with your DOT family and the other agencies like the DOH, particularly on the One Health Pass, would be the best for our country. You know, we just came also from promoting our country. Each one of us here came from missions in Europe. Mark and our group were in Brussels, and we were able to sell the country in France and in Brussels. Very excited to come. As a matter of fact, there's two major delegations that will come here next year. It's the French Parliament, National Assembly, and senators, as well as the European Parliament are coming as well. And by the way, we want to let you know that we are also hosting the APPF. Under my leadership, together with the Minority Floor Leader and all the members here, we accepted to host the Asia Pacific Parliamentary Forum of 30 countries. All their legislators and the heads of the legislative bodies will be coming here in November. We're going to ask the help of the DOT. And I think we're trying to show the world that we're back in business after the pandemic. We're open to tourism once again. And we're with you, partnered with you in pushing for tourism. And I know you can't get your whole budget now. Maybe in the next budget, we can add for more advertising and for your local promotions of tourist sites. There's so many beautiful tourist sites. And I thank the Secretary for promoting Mindanao. Regardless of what some people are saying about Mindanao, it's a very safe place in Samal Island, in Camiguin, in Siargao, one of the most beautiful areas. And even in Pagadian, in Dakak, and all that are beautiful areas to visit. So I thank you, Secretary. I thank the DOT family for promoting Mindanao. Even I have lost political stock from coming out asking the media to help promote the Philippines. But that's it. We have to show a good image of our country. And I say this because it frustrates me when I talk to my friends from the US and Europe, come to the Philippines, the first image is, but they're shooting people in the street. It's not, there's no shooting people in the street. It's so safe here. I take my kids to the mall in Mindanao by myself with no bodyguard. It's absolutely safe in our country. That is the image we need to project outside the country so that we can have also 11 million tourists, or maybe Thailand's 20 million tourists can come here to our country. So you have our full support. With that, there being no objection, the budget, yes, Madam.
Mr. President, siguro just to add, para hindi, on good news, kasi we have to commend the Department of Tourism, na-exceed nila yung target nila na tourist arrivals na 1.7 million.
2
So,
million na yata,
as of November 14, 2 million na yung
Congratulations.
tourist arrivals natin.
Congratulations. Hindi naman po pogo yan, ha? Hindi naman pogo yan.
Hindi, wala.
Ay, okay, joke lang. All right. With that, there being no other member wishes to interpret the budget of the Department of Tourism, the Tourism Infrastructure Enterprise Zone Authority, and all its attached agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4488. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Mr. President, sabi ng mga matatanda, mabuti na ang walang tulog kesa walang gising. Kaya binabati natin ang mga walang tulog na nasa session hall at lalo na ang ating mga kawani ng pamahalaan dito sa great institution na ito ng Senado. Kaya nagpapaabot po tayo ng taus-pusong pasasalamat sa mga kasama nating patuloy na nagsasakripisyo para paglingkuran ng ating Diyos at bayan. With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, November 16, 2022. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, maraming salamat sa ating mga secretariat and staff.
Yes.
Paid overtime for this. Secretary, please make sure that they have enough time to sleep. Don't make them attend early. Pwede kayo mag-attend late na, before 1 o'clock. We all see you here. So therefore, there being no objection to the motion of Majority Floor Leader, the session is suspended until 1 p.m. Ay, nandiyan pa yan. Sen Nancy, is that you?
Na-excite lang. Na-excite
Yes,
po, Mr.
na-excite.
President. Walang
Yes.
tulog talaga. Maraming ganyan pag walang tulog.
Just time check, it's 1:37 in the morning, pagod na lahat. We suspend session till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This afternoon, November 16, 2022. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat.